Hey everybody. Running a little late. Had to put on some makeup, even though it's so bright in this room you can't tell it. Got on a lot of makeup today. Anyway, let's get started. If you've got a question, post it. I think I may have some questions left over from last week. Maybe not. But I do have a basket that has nothing in it. Look at that. I don't know where all my questions went to. I had a bunch of them. Okay. Anyway, we are decluttering this month. February is our month to practice getting rid of our clutter. We need to do it every day. 5 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes in the afternoon, 5 minutes in the evening if you can't put together a full 15 minutes. Just practice doing a little every day. Maybe it's even just one thing a day. The Olympics start tonight. They have the opening ceremonies tonight. And let's commit to having our own Olympic decluttering marathon for the next 2 weeks. And maybe by that time we can put it into the Lenten season and we can get rid of clutter for Lent. And we can get a lot of stuff done if we will just be consistent at it. It is the consistency of doing a little every day. If we take one whole day to declutter, we're worn out and we don't ever want to do it again. So I want you to baby step your way into getting rid of just a few things at a time. I don't know what the Swedish method is. I have no clue. I know what my method is. And my method is, stop comparing Fly Lady to all those different methods out there. You can't follow two masters. And if you want to do it my way, then go for it. If you don't, try something else. I don't care. But you can't do two at once. I've tried that. It doesn't work. So stay focused on getting rid of something every day. I have a box that's by my organ. And Robert and I are putting things in it all day long. At the end of the day, we take it outside to the truck and it gets dropped off the next time one of us are out. It gets dropped off at Habitat for Humanity. It gets dropped off at the Goodwill truck that's at the Walmart parking lot. There's just lots of places to donate things. But don't get caught up in finding the perfect place to donate. Just get rid of stuff. You've got to do this because this clutter is keeping you from doing your routines. It's keeping you from doing the things that you need to do in your home to keep it clean, to keep it organized, to keep it flowing smoothly. When you are so caught up in your perfectionism, we hear ourselves say, I don't have time. What we're really saying is, I don't have time to do it right. So those of you who are suffering with ailments like broken feet, toes, you're not wearing your shoes, some of you, even if you can't stand, you can still declutter. You can pull up a stool and you can sit in front of a drawer and pluck things out to get rid of. You can put things into little compartments. That's what I did the other day. I pulled out one thing and I had some little bins in front of me and I just started sorting through my junk drawer, which really isn't a junk drawer. It's a tool drawer and stuff to hang pictures and all that stuff. But I've done several drawers this week. I've been trying to do one. We're in the kitchen this week, and so I want to do something every day in my kitchen to get rid of stuff. Katie, you're not lazy. You're just sidetracked. So setting your timer for 5 minutes is going to help you. We're not asking you to do a lot. Not a lot. But The more clutter you can get rid of in your house, the easier it is going to be. So, everybody, let's be kind to ourselves. Really, we can do this. If I can get rid of clutter, and our house was so full of clutter when I first started trying to get organized, we had paths. You didn't dare get up in the middle of the night because you're afraid you're going to trip on something. And now we don't have that anymore. We have calm, organized home. Now, yes, as long as we are here, we're going to hold on to things. But we just have to learn to get rid of something every single day. And it's going to make your home feel good. It's going to make your house be company ready at a moment's notice. I mean, half the time our UPS guy shows up, Bubba, and I'm able to open the door and he'll come in. And he always has something funny to say. He got to meet our new puppy the other day, and he helped me chase down the other dog we got that we couldn't keep. So, you know, when you've got a home that's company ready at all times, it feels good. You feel good about yourself. And getting rid of the clutter is the key to staying on top of things in your home, because when you have too much stuff, your house starts closing in on you and you don't know where to start. So let's look at all the flat surfaces. So here I'm gonna give you a challenge while we're on the show. I want you to find a flat surface in your home that's piled up. I want you to watch me on your phone, or on your computer, or listen to me, and then start getting rid of the clutter. Sort through it. You're going to have, if it's a pile of paper clutter, 95% of what's in the pile of paper clutter is trash. I got a fireplace in my living room, and I use that paper clutter for kindling to build a fire. And I've got a trash bag ready to go that I'm going to burn in the fireplace. It's just got, you know, those credit card applications and junk mail. That's all it's got in it. And when I get off the show, I'm going to build a fire and get rid of some things. This is the number one thing to getting rid of your clutter. You got to set your timer and stay focused a little every day. If you spend all day doing it, you're never going to do it again. But if you spend 5 minutes, and those little 5 minutes build up over a week. Think about spending 5 minutes each day. That's 35 minutes. Spending 15 minutes each day. That can be an hour and a half of decluttering that you didn't expect to do in a week's time. And you're going to see some true evidence. Start, work on a hidden clutter first, so you can have room to put the things away. Because our cabinets are covered in things that we're holding on to. When we get those things out of our cabinets, then we make room for the stuff that's sitting on top of the counters. Now, let's think about what's underneath your kitchen sink. Yeah, I know what's under there. You got mayonnaise jars, you got vases. Valentine's Day is coming up. You don't need another vase. So get rid of the ones you've got. Donate them. Get rid of those things. Then you get rid of all those cleaning supplies that you don't use. If they're liquids, you can clean your toilet with them. Put them in one of those vases and stick your toilet bowl brush in there. Yeah, make use of this stuff. I mean, last week I dumped 2 bottles of old dog shampoo in my toilet bowl brush container because I was totally out of things to use to clean my toilet. I put some water in with it and I'm good to go. I'm decluttering at the same time I'm recycling the bottles, and there goes the dogs. But it's all, I'm glad, Mara, that your sink looks good underneath. I keep my one pot and my crock pot underneath my kitchen sink. I have a little bin, a little dish pan that also has my SOS pads, my Comet cleanser, and Windex, and some scouring pads, and my sink looks good underneath too. I've been decluttering some of my cooking utensils because I've gotten to where I only use cast iron stuff and Visions cookware. So I'm getting rid of the things that I don't use often. And I love my cast iron, and I keep most of that in my oven. I want your house to feel good. Today, I ordered a frame. Well, I ordered it last week, but I finally got the frame in. My nephew had a painting done for me for Christmas, and I got it in and got it framed this morning. Didn't take 5 minutes to put this picture in the frame. And I'm trying to figure out where I want to put it. I may put it on that wall right there, but I don't know yet. It's a very special painting, and it was painted by an artist from Mexico City, who is my nephew's soon-to-be brother-in-law, and he rescues puppies in the ghetto in Mexico City. And these dogs, he takes them in and he feeds them, and he looked at all my videos. Ernesto's probably going to be watching this video, and I'm talking about him. I can't wait to show you the painting that he did for me. He watched them all and got a feeling for what I do. So there's a lot of purple in my painting, but he said I was perky too, and he put some bright orange and some different things in it. And it's a mandala is what it's called, and it's a beautiful piece. So I've got it in the living room for right now, but it might come in here. I don't know. But get things done and get rid of the clutter. And I put it on the wall where there was one painting, and I asked Robert if he had a place downstairs for this one painting. It's a cabin that we absolutely adore, and he said he did, so he was going to take that downstairs, and we'll just see how it works. But clutter is standing in our way of getting things done in our homes. It keeps us from being able to do our routines because we're having to work around all this clutter that we've got. So when we clear out the inside of a cabinet, then we can go for a surface part. And if you put some flowers on that flat surface, then you might not clutter it up again. But when you put something down that you're going to deal with later, what you're really saying is you don't have time. And you don't have time right now to do it right. But you can do something. It takes 2 minutes to go through the mail. And the mail has to earn the right to stay in the house. We go through it immediately. We open up what needs to be dealt with, and we put it in a specific spot. Then we throw away the credit card applications and the other bits of junk mail. That's what's in that bag that I'm going to burn in a minute. I put a paper sack in that spot in my trash can so that I can just put it all in there. I don't have to go through it. I know that it's all burnable. And, if you don't have a fireplace, then make sure it's legal to burn stuff in your community. If you live in a forest fire area, don't burn stuff. But you can get a shredder and donate those shreds to the Humane Society or Animal Shelter. You can also get a cauldron-like thing to build fires in, and make some memories with some graham crackers and some s'mores, and make some memories with your family. It's going to help. I know I've told you many times about what to do with children's projects, children's art projects. Well, save them up for a week and let each child pick their favorite. Establish a bulletin board in your laundry room where you're going to be folding clothes, and put each picture that the child picks out from that week on the wall of fame, or put it on the refrigerator. I don't much like it on the refrigerator because the refrigerator can look really cluttered and make the whole kitchen look junky. But if you If you do put something on your refrigerator, it can be a calendar. Now, those of you who know how wonderful our calendar is, talk it up, because we're about to run out, and we have them with the coupon code Back to Basics. You can get the calendar for $9.31 plus shipping. So Back to Basics coupon code is ending on Monday. Don't wait, because I'm not going to put another one up for a while. I felt bad, and I do it again and again and again, but I'm getting just not going to do it. Now, don't save everything, but what you can do with the other stuff that the kids don't have is teach them how to address an envelope to their godparents, their grandparents, their aunts and uncles, and share the wealth. Have them send them stuff that they've done this week, and then your kids are going to learn how to let go of things by picking their favorite thing. And then the next Saturday, you pick, you take the one that's on the bulletin board and put it in a sheet protector in a notebook with their name on it and put it up. And then after 52 weeks, you'll have a whole year's worth of their favorite things from when they're 10 years old, 11 years old, 5 years old. Let them decide, not you, but them decide what their favorite thing is. And it's going to be, they're going to learn to let go of stuff. And if it's something special, like a big project they've done, you can take a picture of that. But you don't have room for all these projects in your house, but you have room for them in a scrapbook. So let go of things and teach them to let go of things. They outgrow toys. They have too many toys. Bless others with the abundance. Take them to Goodwill and let them see children get a toy that haven't had a toy. So you can learn to let go of things, and they can learn to let go of things, but you've got to set the example for them. Don't hold on. Now, clutter is everywhere. It's in our closets. It's in our drawers. And if you're having trouble with laundry, I want you to clean a drawer out for each person in your family. Just one drawer. And then that way you can put their clothes in that drawer without having to smush things around. Now, cleaning that drawer out is going to make it much easier on you to do laundry. And doing a load of day will help you to stay on top of that laundry. There's not really clutter on our computers, Peggy. It's really not. It's digital. It doesn't take up space. It takes up digital space. And I had to go in a few months ago and go into 1 year of my pictures, because at one point I had my camera taking 3 pictures at a time, and they're rather large. And so I made room for about 100 extra gigs on my computer by just deleting some of the extra pictures. It's digital clutter. It's not clutter. It's really not clutter. It's just, it's real easy to delete everything in spam. It doesn't take long. I just do Control A and delete. And another fun thing to do with t-shirts and things is to make a quilt out of them. And there are people on Etsy that will do it for you for $150. And if there's, really things that you love, then you can turn it into something else. I went through all my mugs this past week, and I have spiritual mugs that make me think about God and different things. I have memorabilia mugs that I pick up when I travel, and I decluttered some of those this week. I had 4 mugs from Hershey, Pennsylvania. Well, I don't need to be reminded about chocolate right now. So I kept 1 elegant mug from Hershey, Pennsylvania, and I'm donating the others. It's all about letting go. It was fun for a while, but my cabinets were overflowing and I needed room. Let's see. My husband is listening to your voice from across the room and just said, "That's Fly Lady. You are part of our family." Well, tell your husband I said thank you. I love being a part of your family. I wanna help you get rid of the clutter in your home. I want you to turn your house into a home. And you can do that by letting go of this clutter. And if you start setting the example for your family, your husband's going to get on board, your children are going to get on board, and you're going to have a lot of fun doing this because it's going to make it so much easier to keep your home looking nice if you will just do a little at a time. I don't want you to spend all day, just a little at a time. And I started decluttering in 1999. I was going to get organized, and I started practicing one habit a month. Keeping my sink clean and shiny was the January habit. February was decluttering every day, decluttering something every day. And I worked on the flat surfaces. Then I started picking up things that were, we had paths in our house. And I got rid of, they knew me by name at the Humane Society thrift store. But I had a hard, fast rule. If I donated things, I couldn't bring anything home. You hear me? You can donate, but you can't shop. Because we are the queen of shopping. And I fought instincts yesterday. Yesterday I ran errands. I had to have blood work done. I've been poked and prodded. I look like a pincushion. And I got my hair cut. You can tell that. It's kind of short, but hey, it grows. And I just let Teresa have her way with it. Do whatever she wants to. And only thing she can't do is diet. I just said you can't diet. There was a little lady there at the beauty shop. She was so cute. And she has hair about the color of mine, but she was having it bleached totally white. And I said, "You're the first woman I've ever met that bleaches her hair totally white to look her age." She says, "Well, what age would I be?" I thought, well, that's just fun. My mother, when she was my age, was totally white-headed. But I still got a lot of brown in there, and I'm happy with it. You know, when you get rid of the clutter, you get picky about what you bring home. And then when you're in that decluttering mode, when you bring something home, you get rid of something. So let's say you get a new scarf. You get a new scarf and you got to get rid of 2 scarves. Well, I have decluttered my scarves to the point that I don't really have any that I don't love. And I'm not ready to get rid of anymore. But I haven't bought any new scarves, so I'm not going to get rid of anything. But if you get a new shirt, you got to get rid of 2 shirts that you're not wearing anymore. Maybe maybe you fed the girls a little bit too much and they got some spots that you can't get rid of. Just, let them go. This is a scarf. Let's see. I think it has a Bible verse on it somewhere. Maybe, yeah, this one. It says something. It says from MOM, Proverbs 31, verse 28. You can't read it, but I got this at a conference, and I just love my Bible verse scarves. They make me feel good. And this one's really pretty. I can wear it with black and red. And, red, everybody's wearing red on TV because it's Heart Healthy Month and Women's Heart Month. So let's take care of ourselves. That's why I went to the doctor yesterday. Yes, I feed the girls quite often. My husband just waits for that moment when we're out to eat, and something lands on this shelf right here. Anyway, my husband wanted me to tell you that last week when I introduced you to our little puppy, We finally got a name for her. She is called Tulip, but she has a little monkey face. So Robert's calling her Tulip Monkey. And she leaves us surprises occasionally. And Robert had named those stink pickles. He said, you need to tell everybody that I didn't come up with that. That is from Larry the Cable Guy. He heard it on the radio. So those little surprises, just know that Robert wanted to give credit where credit was due. Please practice every day getting rid of clutter in your home. You're going to feel good. Your house is going to look good. And when you're not messing with all this clutter and it not making you feel bad, then the sky's the limit. You're going to have more time to play, to do the things that you like to do. That is really bright. That's better. Maybe I need a screen right there. I don't know. I may have to get something to put right there. I don't know what it'd be though. But for right now, it's afternoon sun and I'm happy to see sunshine because it rained all day yesterday. Tulip must be asleep because she hasn't come in here. This is the cat's room. They take over this place and she really hasn't, let's say, snuggled up to the cats yet. She snuggled up to Loki. She and Loki are big pals already. I'm so proud of everybody that's fleeing this paperwork because our paper clutter really gets in the way of our living in our home. It's everywhere. I mean, yesterday I cleaned out a cabinet where we have all of our dog paraphernalia, dog leashes, harnesses, muzzles, all that stuff. And I found the directions for a game called Go. Well, we have that game up in the top of the closet where our games stay. And Robert said, what is this doing out? And I said, I found it in the cabinet. So he took the game down and put the directions right where it goes. Let's go. You know, everything should have a place. My grandmother taught me this. Everything should have a place and everything should be in its place. Because when we have a place for things and that place has been cluttered with other things, then that item sits out on the counter and it makes our house look messy. So let's get the things that are crowding those areas so we can put things away. Now, this is a great thing to do. We're in the kitchens this week. Take everything off your countertops. You know, get you a sink full of hot soapy water and let's start clearing off the countertops and put things away where they belong. I don't like my canisters sitting out on the countertop, but we have some snack canisters and we have some coffee canisters, but my flour, sugar, and all that stuff stays in the cabinet in a drawer and it's right where I keep my mixer. But I moved my mixer because I don't use it often over underneath another cabinet. And the whole kitchen has changed the way it feels because I put everything where it belongs. And I like to have my utensils out because I'm always grabbing one and you can't find what you want in the drawer. So I have them in a little crock that holds them all. And they're easy to put away. Clearing out the stuff that's getting in your way on the counters. I mean, I look on Facebook and I see people's, not necessarily on our page, but even on TV, I see people's whose counters are piled. There's not even hardly any room to prepare something, much less roll out a pie crust or make biscuits. I see these kitchen counters just cluttered up with everything. Let's get our counters cleared this week. We got 2 more days that we've got missions, but we got Saturday. So let's get rid of the stuff that we don't use on our kitchen counter. Now, I have a little, I have a plant on my counter. I have my olive oil on my counter because I use that quite often. I have a salt and pepper shaker. I have a sugar bowl, which I don't use often, but occasionally, and a butter bowl. And then I have a wooden spoon crock or vase to put things in. And then my crock pot stays underneath the sink. Robert uses the toaster every morning, so I don't need to put that away. And he has a little thing he makes fizzy water with that stays out because he gets fizzy water every day. And my counters are cleared. Now I have a coffee area that has our bean coffee, and it's got a 3 canister set that's all about coffee. There's ground coffee, there's afternoon coffee, and then there's regular or good coffee. And that's a whole area. It's like my coffee making area. I've got a water kettle that cuts on and off by itself that'll boil water for me real quick, and I got a little canister of cafe mocha and hot tea. So I have that area that's great, that looks good, and I can easily fix me a cup of hot tea or a cup of cafe mocha. And I love my cafe mocha. It gives me just enough caffeine to keep me going the rest of the day. Do you know my recipe for cafe mocha? It is really fun. My afternoon coffee is cafe mocha, and it's real easy to make. I get a jar of Taster's Choice strong coffee, instant coffee, and then I use Nestle's Quick. We love Nestle's Quick, and powdered milk, and I only use Carnation powdered milk. It does the best. And you can put it in a food processor if you want to and grind it up finer, but it dissolves pretty easy. I use 1 part coffee, 2 parts Nestle's Quick, and 3 parts powdered milk. So if you want to use the jar of coffee, or you can just use a cup, use a cup measuring cup, and then 1 cup of instant coffee, 2 cups of Nestle's Quick, and 3 cups of powdered milk, and stir it all up, and yum. Now you can put a little vanilla in it if you want to, anything like that. And it is a great afternoon pick-me-up. Plus, I get a little calcium because I don't drink milk otherwise. I eat a little cheese, but I don't really drink milk. That's my afternoon thing. I get to pick out my favorite cup. I get to hug a cup for a while. In fact, I probably should do that sometime. Just come on Facebook Live with my cup of something warm and wonderful. And we could just have a little time together. Well, I've been complaining about one of my favorite TV hosts talking too much, that he doesn't take a breath. I feel like I haven't been taking a breath. So I'm going to slow down a little bit. And, next month, well, here we are. We're only in the 8th day. Now, today is the anniversary of Michelle's Miracle on the Mountain. 2 years ago today, Michelle had a terrible accident at her house on a John Deere Gator. And she flipped the thing over on top of her and was in the hospital and in intensive care and had to have surgery. She broke 5 ribs, punctured a lung. It was awful. But guess what? There was a miracle that day. And today we sent her flowers because I wanted to remember the miracle. The miracle was the phones don't work at her house. I can be talking to her on the phone as she's driving home. She gets to her driveway. There we go. I don't know what happened. Anyway, Michelle is Liz's mother-in-law. And it says I didn't have a good connection, and I always have a good connection. I don't know what's going on. But that day, she had listened to me because I had fussed at her when she was at home that she would go outside and she wouldn't take her phone with her. And it was really cold that day. And she had put her coat on and she had zipped her phone up in the pocket of her coat. And when the accident happened, she was able, because if it had been on the dashboard of the Gator, it would have flown she wouldn't have been able to get to it, and she would have died. She would have gone into shock and died. But she was able to get to her phone because it was on her body and call 911, and it got to 911. And they sent emergency people out to her house and saved her life that day. The phone hasn't worked since in that area. I've told the Verizon people that they were part of a miracle. And so today we sent her flowers, and we hope it's a good day to remember. And keep her and Brian in your prayers, because Brian's got the flu. And if you hadn't gotten your flu shot yet, and I don't care if you don't believe in them, I don't even put it in the comments, because this flu season has been horrid. And I don't want you to get the flu, because we have two speeds. We have 90 miles an hour and dead stop because we're sick. So stop, right? If you haven't gotten a flu shot and you're not sick, go to Walgreens, go somewhere and get yourself a flu shot. They had 4 when Michelle was at the doctor's office this morning, and she got one. Justin got one in November when he had his physical. I got one in November for Robert's birthday. That's what I gave him for his birthday. He said he wanted that present every year for me to get a flu shot. This flu turns into pneumonia in some people, and pneumonia can kill you. And we have got to, let's talk about some things we can do to protect ourselves. This week, when I've gone out to eat, if I want to use some salt, I'll pick the salt shaker up with my napkin and salt my food. Let's see. I open the door or pull the door open with my shirt tail. I don't touch the door handles. I've been that way forever. I think I can blame Eric Dodge for that. When I got through with dinner the other night, I went to the restroom and washed my hands before I left the restaurant, so I didn't take the germs to the car. Also, when I get home, I wash my hands again. We are washing our hands like crazy. So wash your hands, get the kids to wash their hands. I'm not big on hand sanitizers, but I will use them if I have to. And I keep some in the car. Now, what else? What other things can you do to keep the flu germs down? Cook at home. I've cooked at home more this winter than I have in my whole entire married life with Robert. We have, we're not going out as much, maybe twice a week instead of 4 times a week. So we've cut that in half. And the less you're out, and we're both home 24/7. I love extra vitamin C. I take a lot of vitamin C, and it's really good for you, and it helps to fight things off. I believe in vitamin C. Liz, if Liz is on here, she makes a wonderful tea. She gets this powdered vitamin C, and it tastes just like lemon. And she makes sweet tea, and she puts scoops of vitamin C in it. So her whole family's getting vitamin C'd up, and they think they're drinking lemon tea. They think it's the best tea in the world, and all they're doing is getting some extra vitamin C. When my husband got the flu in November, we don't know what it was, but it was some little something. He got his flu shot in October, but in November, around his birthday, he got sick, Thanksgiving weekend, and we had to postpone Thanksgiving because of it. And he actually loved the vitamin C I would put in his water. So use vitamin C. Now, with drying your hands in your bathroom, don't use one hand towel to dry the whole family's hands. Get you a package of a dozen or more. I've got about 5 dozen of them. white washcloths that you can bleach, and use those to dry your hands. It feels just like you're at a spa. And you can use them to wash your face, you can use them to wipe down your counters, and you can use them to dry your hands. And I have a little basket that I put the dirty ones in. I let them dry on the side and put them in it. I get the vitamin C powder on Amazon, and it's just a canister. I buy 2 pounds of it for like $20, and it'll last a year. Cell phones get dirty, computers get dirty. Every time I clean my glasses with a little alcohol wipe, I wipe down my cell phone at the same time. So I'm doing that a couple of times a day. What else can we do to handkerchiefs, Kleenexes. Cover your mouth with a cloth if you have to cough. This putting it in the elbow, germs go everywhere. But if you'll totally cover your face and use those washcloths for the same thing, for covering your coughs, and they're soft, especially if they've been used a lot. They're old and they're comfortable to your face. I keep water boiling on my stove when it's cold, when it's down in the 20s and the teens. I keep a pot of water boiling. Now, we get sidetracked. And what I have to do is I set the timer on the stove for every 30 minutes, and I have a pitcher full of water that I fill up and that I keep putting water into my humidifier on the stove. This keeps our air humidified so that I don't get sinus infections. I don't get sinus infections because I keep the air moist, because your sinuses need moisture. I also buy saline nasal spray, just plain saline, by the case. I buy six at a time. In fact, I'm down to 1. I've got to order some more. But I keep a spray bottle by my chair. I keep one in my purse. I keep one in my bathroom. I actually keep one in my bathtub and beside my bed. So I can keep my sinuses moistened, and if there's any mucus in there, I can get it out, and I use those white washcloths to blow my nose, and I put it in, and then I'm going to bleach them and have fun with them. So let's see, what else can we do to keep germs at bay? Practice washing our hands. I've used this Jergens soap that I love. It reminds me of my grandmother because she used Jergens lotions all the time. And I use that and wash my hands. And then as I'm washing my hands, I want to smell my grandmother. And so I'll put my hands up to my face and I'll thank God for giving me a godly grandmother. And so that's how I remember her every day. We just have to be vigilant, but we can feel good about things because, having a little cat hair and dog hair on the floor, a little dirt on the floor is normal. And don't beat yourself up that your floors aren't pristine, because those floors are going to help to keep your children healthy as they get older, because they're going to develop an immune system that doesn't go nuts around different things. They're going to have less asthma. I was looking it up a while ago for an article I was writing. It was in the New England Journal of Medicine that having a house that's not pristine can be actually helpful. I don't know about the hydrogen peroxide and the Neosporin on the nose. I don't know about that at all. I don't like planes, so I can go on them, but I'm not crazy about them. I don't use hydrogen peroxide or Neosporin on anything, because it kills the good bacteria that help to fight infections the worst infection I've ever had was with using hydrogen peroxide and Neosporin on a hangnail on my toe while I was traveling. And it was awful. And I had to have a shot because red streaks were running up my leg by the time I got home. So I've seen the reports that they don't recommend using those on cuts, but to keep your nose nice and moist, I don't know about that. That's something to think about. Anyway, there's just these little things we can do. Now, a lot of us get sick from handling chickens. I don't like chicken juice. Don't like it at all. And when I'm going to deal with chicken, I make sure my counters are clean and my sink is clean before I start dealing with the poultry of any kind, washing it. And then I like to wear rubber gloves. I have some in a drawer. And then to touch it, I don't like to touch it. And because you can spread these chicken germs, E. coli and stuff all over the place in your kitchen. So then when you get through, you've got to wash down everything that you've used. So you need to disinfect your sink and wipe everything down and put those clothes, put that stuff in the laundry and get it washed because it's contaminated with chicken juice. Don't like chicken juice. So little things like that keep your family healthy. Don't put anything super hot in your refrigerator. Wait till it gets to room temperature before you put it in the refrigerator. Because my mother-in-law, my son's grandmother, taught me this, that she worked in a restaurant for 27 years, and that was one of the things. You don't put super hot stuff in the refrigerator because it doesn't get cool in the middle. It'll cool on the outside, and then the inside doesn't do good. Get a supply of the things you need when you get sick. Let's say some stomach virus is going to go through your house. You don't feel like going to the store when you're sick. And then you're spreading germs. And that's another thing. You know, Michelle and Brian has the flu. Well, Michelle, she is a carrier. When her kids were little, she never caught strep throat. But it was funny. I call her, Typhoid Mary. So she didn't go to work. She took Brian to the doctor. She's running around with Lysol, cleaning light switches every couple of hours. She is the queen of sanitation when it comes to being sick. She just run after somebody with a bottle of Lysol spray. We can wipe down our counters. You can soak another one of those white wash rags with some alcohol and wipe down fingerprints on all your light switches and counters where people put their hands in glasses. You just got to be vigilant. Now, what is it you need when you got a stomach bug? You need plenty of fluids. Dehydration is the worst thing in the world. So get you some powdered Gatorade that you can keep in the pantry. Try to get something that's a clear liquid, because you don't want to be throwing up red fruit juice on your carpet when the babies are sick. So keep the liquids clear. Grape juice that you can dilute. Just little things. Little things that you think ahead of time. Chicken broth, chicken noodle soup. Even the Campbell's is a little salty, but having a little salt in your diet will help to hold the moisture in your body, hold the hydration in your body. So anyway, having this stuff in your house is going to help you. Now, here's another fun thing. Those old beach towels and towels that you have a place for them that you can get to them easily. And if you got an old blow up mattress from a pool party, have that in a beach bag, so that when you get sick, you can blow up this mattress, and when you're having to hug the porcelain phone in the bathroom, throwing your guts up, at least you can have a comfortable place to sit on an air mattress or lie down. Sometimes lying down on the bathroom floor is the best feeling thing of everything when you're sick. Just that cold bathroom floor can feel good, but it gets hard after a while. Now, having those old towels, you can get them, you lay them on the floor, and then all you do is grab them up and throw them in the wash machine. The buckets and stuff you use at the beach with the sand buckets and shovels, kids, you can pay your kids $1 or $0.25 if they hit the bucket. I mean, it won't be much fun, but you can make a game of throwing up. I know that sounds terrible, but you can pay them $1 to hit the bucket. So I just want you to be protected this flu season. And here's another thing I want you to remember. This stuff can turn into pneumonia pretty quick. And if the congestion starts building up in the lungs, I was taught as a young mom to pat your baby's back like you're burping them, but a little bit harder, with a cupped hand to break loose the phlegm. And then coughing, they can cough this stuff up. Stay with your babies. Watch them when they sleep. This stuff is bad. Stuff is bad. You're going to have to be vigilant. Yeah, nothing says I love you like a clean toilet, especially if you're throwing up. And that's for you. You're taking care of you when you do this. It really is for you. Now, promise me you're going to get rid of something today. Declutter something. Getting stuff out of the house is going to be the best thing in the world for your home and for how you feel. I love you too, Paula. I know you're tired of living in this clutter and chaos, and it's got to start somewhere. Last month we practiced shining our sink, and this month we're going to get rid of clutter. And every day of getting rid of something is going to be better than it was the day before. Take care of yourselves, take care of your family, and most of all, take some time for you. Sit down and make a list of the stuff you need to get at the pharmacy. The electrolytes, the Pops, all this stuff, so that you can have it in the house when the stomach bug rolls around. And enjoy your family. Commit to doing a bag a day. I love it for Lent. I'm going to do the Olympic challenge. I'm going to get rid of something every day. I love you all. I'll see you next week. Oh, coupon code Back to Basics ends on Monday, and we got this big calendar sale, and we're running low on feather dusters and sweepers, carpet sweepers. So get them while you can, because we won't have them for a few weeks. And we're looking at getting some new dish towels. I'm excited. We haven't had any dish towels in a while, and dish towels, to me, I'm real picky when it comes to a dish towel. And we found some really good ones. They just brought them to me a while ago. So I shall see you next week. Everybody take care of your families, and especially take care of you, because if you don't take care of you, who will? And then who's going to take care of everybody else? I don't want you getting sick. And if you hadn't had that flu shot, go to Walgreens or CVS or someplace and get it, because it takes about 10 days for it to kick in. And this flu season is really bad. Love you all. Take care of yourself. See you next week. Come on in, folks. It's time to party. Let me see. What are we gonna play? I think we're gonna play one of Jessica's cheers for women and men.
I'm flying and so proud, soaring high above the crowd. I will smile and shout out loud, go me, go me, go me. I will bless my hands today, having fun along the way. I can't wait to start my day. Go me, go me, go me. I can do it, there's nothing to it. I'm flying through it. Go me, go me. With a smile upon my face, I will quicken the pace, knowing I can win this race. Go me, go me, go me. 15 minutes is all I've got, but I'm not gonna stop until I beat the clock. Go me, go me, go me. I can do it, there's nothing to it. I'm flying through it. Go me, go me. I'm flying and so proud, soaring high above the crowd. I will smile and shout out loud, go me, go me, go me. I'm flying and so proud, soaring high above the crowd. I will smile and shout out loud, go me, go me, go me. Go me, go me, go me.
Wait for it. Wait for it. I love that last note. We don't have to be perfect to have a fun song. We don't have to be perfect to get our house clean. We don't have to be perfect to feel good about ourselves. So that's what Go Me is all about. So get on in here, folks. It's Thursday afternoon. We had a great question and answer session this morning. But now it's time to do a little planning for the weekend. Sunday is the big game. I know a lot of you are going to be watching it. Maybe some of you don't really care about the big game. You just care about your family being happy and having food. Well, that's what we're doing at our house. We're not really watching the big game. I only really like to watch it when I knew somebody that was a part of the big game. And a kid that I used to take home from football practice, he became the general manager of the New York Giants. And we were all so proud of him. And his name was Jerry Reese. And now he's no longer with the team, but he won 2 of those big games when he was with them. And won the first year he was there. So we loved Jerry. I don't know what Jerry's doing now, but he was an amazing, he was just a good kid. And I liked taking him home for football practice. Justin's dad drove the bus and drove other kids, but he lived way out. So I would meet the bus, and when I got off work and they got off practice, I would meet the bus, pick Jerry up and take him, and then I'd be back home before Justin's dad ever got home. So Jerry was a fine kid and a great man. I still follow him sometimes on when I see him on Facebook. But he was in my sister Dina's class, and he was the quarterback for our state championship team. So we got this big game coming up. I don't even know who's playing. I think the Rams are playing and Cincinnati. I think if I remember correctly, I'm seeing the Bengals and the Rams. So I'm seeing the two animals and in my head. But you got to cook if you're going to cook for them. This morning, I recycled my heart attack baked beans, which are to die for if you haven't had them. And I'm going to tell you how to make them. And they can be sort of the basis for any meal you got going on. But you got to start making your plans. You need lots of paper plates. I like when I'm doing a party, I want those oval paper plates. Those big Chinette paper plates. They're my favorite paper plates, especially if I'm doing shrimp boil or something like that. That's a fun party in the summertime. But the heart attack baked beans, the videos out there, you can check it out on our YouTube channel. It's real simple. You fry some bacon up, and I like to cut my bacon up into pieces, not just strips of bacon, because I use a whole package of bacon. I like my bacon in my beans. And if you're making a lot of beans, if you got a lot of people coming, you need plenty of bacon. So I usually use a 2-pound package of bacon and slice it up and put it in a skillet and get it cooked. And then you can add the onions, a couple of onions to it. Chop them up, put them in there, get them cooked. Then you add some brown sugar. And brown sugar, it doesn't take much, but you can put some brown sugar in there and it'll kind of get caramelized, melt the sugar in the grease and in the bacon grease and everything. That's why they're heart attack baked beans. And I have done these baked beans for 100 people at a wedding, at my sister Dina's wedding. I put together everything it was going to take for these baked beans. And I cooked it all in the crock pot, but with no beans in it. And then I just took the cans of beans with me. So I froze all the fixings. That was what I'm telling you how to make right now. So after you add the brown sugar and you dissolve it, you put some ketchup in there. And if you're making a lot, you might have to use almost a bottle of ketchup. And then you put some mustard in on top of that. And you can add a little Worcestershire if you want to. Stir it all up together. It becomes this orangey color. If you're going to eat them today, you can make them ahead of time and put them in the refrigerator or in the freezer, and then you can thaw them up and put the beans with them. But I use 2 big cans, the tall cans, not the big fat cans like they use in the lunchroom, but the tall cans, and drain the juice off of it because you're making a replacement juice. Think of these fixins for the beans as replacement juice for the pork and beans. So a can of pork and beans, I use 2 of them. You'll have about that much liquid on the top. Just drain the liquid off and put it together. You can put it in a crock pot and let it cook in the crock pot for 3 or 4 hours before the game starts. And they'll be great. They'll be wonderful. They'll be good. They'll be excited to have these beans. Another thing that people like is burgers. You can always make a burger bar, and you can make these burgers, and you can tell my son, he likes bacon too. So I've just recycled one of his videos where he was really talking to the guys about helping in the kitchen. And so he showed us how he makes burgers. And he cooks them in some bacon grease. That's my son. What can I say? Cooks them in some bacon grease, and then he's cooking them on the grill, on a griddle pan where he's cooked some bacon, because he's going to make something healthy too, because Emily makes sure there's always something healthy on their table. And so they shredded some Brussels sprouts and put some bacon in those and cooked them on the grill. And then that's their side dish instead of French fries. But you can have French fries every once in a while. And then he takes the patty that's been cooked in the bacon grease and puts it on the grill. And then it's practically done right then. And then he starts adding the different types of cheeses: pepper jack, Swiss, feta. He just makes a different cheddar. He just makes all kinds of um, different cheeses on there. And he takes the buns and he rolls them around the bacon grease and puts them on the grill and toasts them. So you've got this big greasy cheeseburger that then you add the lettuce, tomato, the pickles. You got to have pickles. You have to have pickles. Um, Mustard, ketchup, all the stuff you need on this, and you make this big old burger bar. That's fun. Another fun thing is making fajitas. Justin makes a lot of fajitas, and he just takes a flank steak and marinates it and cooks it on the grill, and then he slices it up. He does chicken breasts the same way and slices them up, and it just has he has a wonderful basis for fajitas. And then you've got all the fixings. You've got shredded cheese. I'm gonna pull that video after a while and put that up there. So you got the baked beans. You might need some nachos on top of that. So you got to have some chips and dip and um, just some fun things to eat, because they say we consume a lot of calories on Super Bowl Sunday. Anyway, so we got to have some fun with it, y'all. Have some fun. If you feed them, they'll come. And maybe think about dessert. Maybe you want to do an ice cream bar. Now, how would you do that? Well, you have nuts and coconut and chocolate chips and all kinds of things to make sundaes, chocolate syrup, and then you can take your dishes and ahead of time, put the scoops of ice cream in the dishes and freeze them. Yeah, you might need to take up a shelf in your freezer, but get it all done ahead of time so you're not having to do it. You get the ice cream dishes out, and then you can start making your ice cream sundaes. Fun, fun, fun for the kids and for you. Maybe have some cookies to go with that. So if you feed them, they'll come. And if you have something they really like to eat, because my baked beans are always eaten, everyone to the last drop. I mean, to the last drop. There's never any left over when I take them someplace. It's my go-to potluck. And that's another fun thing to do. You can do a potluck with people bringing some dish. Maybe somebody's going to bring I can't say it, charcuterie platter with lots of snacky poos, and then somebody else bring a big plate of cookies and desserts and brownies. And yeah, those are other things. You can have some brownies to make sundaes with and different things. Just having fun around food and football and family. Does it get any better than that? It doesn't. It doesn't. So y'all take some time today to sort of plan your menus, what you got to have. You need lots of napkins. Maybe you want to do some wings. Let me tell you a shortcut to doing wings. I bought some Sweet Baby Ray's teriyaki sauce because our Pizza Hut no longer has teriyaki wings. So we buy the wings naked. Naked, I tell you, naked. And when they get here, I put a little teriyaki sauce in the little container and shake them up, and we got our teriyaki wings. We're so happy. Now, you can buy the hot stuff, or you can buy the barbecue sauce. But here's what you can do. You can take a whole big tray of wings, and you can make your own wings, y'all. I know you don't believe this, but you can get packages of chicken wings, and you can cut the little flippy end off, put them in a pot and cook them for broth, and then you can take the little drumette and the other part and season them up real good and put them in the oven and bake them. Then you're not frying them, you're baking them. And you can put them on a rack so it lifts them up and gets all the sides at one time. And you can do 20 or 30 or 40 at one cooking in the oven. And then you can toss them in the buffalo sauce or barbecue sauce or teriyaki sauce. Put them in a bowl and toss them around and serve them up. You don't have to buy them. The wings have gone up so much in our air fryer for the wings. I've never used an air fryer, but that's what an oven is, especially if you have a convection oven, which will crisp them up. It does great. And you need lots of paper towels. I buy the boxes of paper towels, and I would just put them everywhere because people need paper towels when they're eating wings. So y'all, plan this stuff out. Paper towels. You might want some plastic utensils and stuff because you don't want to do it. You need a big garbage can with a big garbage bag in there. And what are you going to drink? Make something festive, like some lemonade. There'll be people there that won't want the alcoholic stuff. So you got to have some stuff for the people that don't want to imbibe, I think is the word. So plan this food. Saying this for you, Kinder, you're so right. Great minds think alike. Yeah, air fryer. I think they're dangerous sitting on the countertop. I think they could burn your countertop unless you put them on a tile. But the main thing is, it's an oven. It's an oven. I have two ovens. I have my regular 30-inch oven, and then Robert's oven is his cookie oven, but it's convection. So that's where I roast my turkey, I roast my chickens. It's a convection oven. And it's just hot air blowing around, which is a good thing. So you can make french fries. Other things that I don't like something that has me standing over it all the time. You can do barbecue. There's some great recipes out there for Eastern style Carolina barbecue where you cook the pork roast in your crock pot, then you take it all off the bone, and then you put some vinegar and some seasonings in it and cook it some more, and you've got this Eastern style barbecue. Or you can turn it into Western style barbecue with some Sweet Baby Ray's. Yep, little smokies are good. We used to call them hot sauce weenies. And Mother would mix up, the kids always loved this at Christmas dinner. She would mix up grape jelly and ketchup, but you can do grape jelly and barbecue sauce too. And put little pieces of hot dogs in there or the little smokies, little sausages, and those go over well. I like to put bacon wrapped little smokies. Gotta have some bacon wrapped little smokies, and make it and some brown sugar, and you got a tasty little treat there. So another thing I like to do is take Idaho potatoes and slice them into 3/8 inch pieces and put some butter in the bottom of a big jelly roll pan, as long as it has a lip on it, and turn them over in the butter and put them in the oven, 350, and cook them for 30 minutes, flip them one time, and then take some cheese, a little cube of cheese, not much, a little cube of cheese, and put on every one of them and let it melt. And then you can take a dollop, get one of those squeeze things of sour cream, and you can decorate them. You can put a little dollop of sour cream, a little dollop of daisy, the commercial says, a little dollop of daisies. Yeah, meatballs in that barbecue sauce and grape jelly is good too. But just a little dollop of sour cream, and then you can sprinkle some bacon bits on it. And I have found that Hormel makes a lovely um, real bacon bits in a package that are tiny, not great big. So you can sprinkle some of those on there, and before you know it, you have this potato rounds. It's like having a stuffed baked potato. You can put little bits of chives on there too, or green onions, and they're so good. I'm just hungry thinking about it. Yeah, what are we going to do with ourselves? It's not time to eat yet, but we got to plan. We have to plan so we can have enough hors d'oeuvres for everybody and keep everybody going. Now, I also like to make sangria without the wine. I take cherry juice, I take lemonade, I take some grape juice. I just start putting all kinds of juices together, and you have this, and put some sliced oranges and lemons and crushed ice, and you have an amazing sangria that doesn't have any alcohol in it. It's just wonderful. So have some fun. The guys just want the alcoholic stuff. I don't want any of that. Let's see. I have never heard of any of these recipes. Man, some learning to do. Well, we're here for you. It's called 40, 50, almost 50 years of cooking. And you just pull out what's tried and true. And Justin has taken some of my recipes and adapted them for the grill. And it's always fun to see your child, even though he's a grown man, take over in the kitchen. Just take over in the kitchen. It is really, really heartwarming to know that your child learned to cook. Learn to cook. Yeah. He watched me, and I let him help me, and it was all good. I also like to do somebody's talking about bell peppers and butter. Well, see, if you're doing fajitas, you need peppers and onions. You always need peppers and onions with fajitas. I mean, sliced peppers, sliced onions, it just makes a fajita. And you need tortillas. So you can put those. If you have an extra crock pot, you could put a towel down in the crock pot and put your fajita, you put your tortillas down in there. Or you can, as they do at the Mexican restaurant, they roll up 2 or 3 in aluminum foil and put them in a warming place. That's always fun. Think about stuff you can do ahead of time to keep from being so rushed on game day. So, y'all take some time to do that. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Father in heaven, thank you so much for giving us a family that we can prepare meals for and together, that we can have parties and celebrate each other and cheer each other on, and even have rivalries and fun stuff in our homes. Thank you for giving us this ability to be able to cook for our families and to get them involved in the process. It is so wonderful to get your families together. Cherish these moments. Thank you for giving us these wonderful people in our lives. Please forgive us of our sins. Thank you for sending your Son to die for our sins. Thank you, Lord. And all these things we ask in His holy name. Amen. So, y'all get ready for a fun weekend. Yes, somebody says they're going to do angel eggs. Everybody loves a good, this shaped like a football. You could you could have some fun with angeled eggs. on your buffet table. So y'all be good, kind, and sweet. Good to yourself, kind to others, and let the joy and the sweetness that is in your heart, because you're a child of God, let that sweetness overflow. When the sweetness is coming out, hatefulness can't come out. So y'all have a good rest of the day. Start planning what you're going to cook for Sunday, Super Bowl. It's always fun. I love you all. I'll see you in the morning. Guess what it is tomorrow? It's Friday. Bye. Hey, everybody. We're going to make some rolls today and some different things. We're going to make cinnamon rolls, and we're going to make some pizza monkey bread and some pecan monkey bread. So we're going to have some fun. It's a rainy day here. This recipe is quite easy. I will go through it a little bit at a time. Stop it and write it down if you want to, or take a picture of it with your phone. But this is a really simple recipe, and I've tried to make it easier for you. And I've just divided it up into steps to do it. So I'm going to walk you through it. And I'm making 2 batches of dough at one time because I have 2 big mixing bowls. I've measured out 10 cups of plain flour, and I've added to that 2/3 cup of sugar and a tablespoon of salt. These rolls aren't any good if you don't put the salt in them. And then in another bowl, I'm going to add 3 cups of warm water, 2 tablespoons of jarred yeast, or you can use 3 packages of yeast, a tablespoon of sugar, and let that sit and get bubbly. And then you're going to add 2 eggs to this mixture. Beat the eggs up first before you and a 1/4 cup of butter, a 1/4 cup of oil, and a 1/4 cup of milk. And you just pour all that into the flour mixture, and you let your mixer do the hard work. Now, you can stir all this stuff and mess with it, but I like to just stop the mixer every once in a while and scrape the dough down. Now, put this dough, after it gets all mixed up, into a big greased bowl in your oven at 100 degrees, and it'll rise in between 30 minutes to an hour. It'll get double in size. I cover it with a dish towel. And while that one's rising, start another batch. I've already measured out 10 cups of flour and just do the same thing. And it's such a simple dough, and it's really good. Now, this is my favorite thing. I love this silicone mat. I don't ever use it for making pie crust, but I love it because I don't have to flour this mat. And I buy these pans by 30 or 40 at a time because I make my cinnamon rolls and my rolls in these pans so that I can give them away. Now, after about an hour, 30 minutes to an hour, your dough is doubled. Punch it down really good, and then pour it out on your mat or your countertop, whatever you like. And I like to cut the dough in half and work with half at a time. I love this little dough cutter too. It's costs $5. And I cut strips of dough and then cut it into rectangles. And I don't like to mess with the dough much, like I don't like to mess with biscuit dough. I just put it in a buttered pan, and you let it rise. Now let's make some cinnamon rolls. Take a cup of sugar, and I like a lot of cinnamon, so I've probably got a huge tablespoon of cinnamon in this sugar, and I'm going to stir it all up. And I'm going to take that other half of dough, and I'm going to shape it into a rectangle that's 15 by 12, and my mat measures that out. And I just do it with my hands. And then I'm going to smear some butter on it, pour the sugar on top of it, and then I'm going to start rolling it and stretching the dough as I roll a little bit up each time. And you can feel it, and it comes together, and then you're going to pinch the dough to make it stay together. Now, here's the secret to cutting it. I use dental floss. And you go in about an inch and a quarter, and you crisscross it, you slide it under, you crisscross it, and then you pull it together. And it cuts the prettiest cinnamon roll out. And you put them in a pan. Now, don't turn them over sideways or you'll lose all the goodie out of them. Just put them in your pan. And a buttered pan, and just smear the butter around. I melted about 6 sticks of butter and just used it for everything. Then take the cinnamon rolls and just place them in there. Hold them sideways as you do it so you don't lose the good stuff. And then put them in your pan. These pans held 6 or 7 cinnamon rolls. And then I did one pan that only had 4 cinnamon rolls in it, and they turned out prettier than all the rest. So I may just do 4 in these pans unless I get me some oblong pans where I could do more at one time. But these are always such a treat Christmas morning because I'm going to cook them and put them in the freezer. And then I'm going to give them to my daughter-in-law so she won't have anything to do for Christmas morning. So she'll already have these cinnamon rolls, and then she just has to pull them out, heat them up in the oven while they're unwrapping presents. And I'm going to make her the icing too, which is powdered sugar, some cream, and some vanilla flavoring. And you just stir it all together, and I put it in a bag so she can cut the end off and ice these wonderful cinnamon rolls. And this is just such a simple Christmas morning. I'm not eating breads right now, so I'm making this all to give away, except for Thanksgiving dinner, which I'll have my rolls for Thanksgiving dinner. But I don't eat them all the time, so it's always fun to have these rolls in your freezer. And I'm going to pre-cook them. I'm going to pre-cook them and put lids on them and put them in the freezer. So all I got to do is take them out and heat them up. Heat and serve rolls, which is wonderful. Now what are we doing? I'm trying to figure out. I got another pan. Yeah, I had 4 or 5 pans ready to go. And these have little lids that can go on them and crimp down. Smearing more butter around. Goodness gracious, I've used a lot of butter today. And just keep cutting them until you get them all cut up. It made probably around 15 to 20 cinnamon rolls, which is wonderful. Now, you can add some nuts to them if you want to, but we don't like nuts in our cinnamon rolls. I'm going to make something with some nuts in a second. Now, I've learned a secret about nuts. I like to toast the nuts before I make anything with them. That keeps them from being gooey if they're toasted nuts. And they just work so much better in pecan pies and all kinds of things when they're toasted. I know this is really a long video, and I forgot that. There they are. So I'm making a mess there. Hey, they rose up real pretty. I just stuck them back in that 100-degree oven. And there, look at them. You just have to ice them, but I'm not going to ice them yet. They're gonna be frozen. And then all she has to do is ice them up. Next, we're going to make pizza monkey bread. So take 4 or 5, probably around 6 cheese sticks and cut them into pieces, 6 pieces each. So that's going to be about 36 dough balls you're going to make. And you can add a pepperoni if you want to. I like the pepperoni in there. And then here's my leftover butter. I've added some garlic to it and some parsley flakes. And I'm going to roll a bunch of dough around the pepperoni and the cheese. And put it in my bundt pan and let it rise. And boy, it's cooking right now. It smells so good. Next thing we're going to make is some sticky buns with pecans. And these sticky buns are just monkey bread that's been coated with dark brown sugar, cinnamon, and roasted pecans. And you mix all that stuff together, and then you take your dough out. This is my second batch of dough. and I started cutting it into little pieces. I put the small pieces in the butter, and I put the larger pieces in another pan to let those rise for rolls. And I just kept filling that pan up with little pieces of dough, and then dumped it all in the sugar and put it all in and shook it around and put it in the bundt pan. And then I buttered the tops of the rolls, and look how pretty they turned out. The less you handle the rolls, the better they look, I think. I don't like to roll them into balls or anything. So, y'all, try this recipe. It's fun and it's easy. Yum!
Justin here today from Fly Lady with a special request. Today, I'd like to talk to all the husbands and all the men of all the Fly Lady families that are out in Fly Lady Nation, in the U.S. and around the world, to talk to them about something special that we can do to help out our wives by helping out in the kitchen. And I know some of you men are no strangers to the kitchen. You help out with dishes and things like that. My request today is that if you haven't cooked during this time of quarantine, when there is a lot of people that are getting stressed out in homes, especially the ladies, there's a lot to do. You're never leaving the house, and you've got meals to prep, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and you've got to get these either on the table, you've got to get them cooked, and it's a lot of stress to have one person in the home to do this all the time. My request is that men need to step up, and there's more that we can do besides washing dishes. We can cook, and cooking is something I love to do. And one of the things I like to cook, and I'm gonna show you this evening, I like to cook a grilled flank steak. And how I do it is it's kind of on a gas grill is how I do it, but you can use charcoal. Or how I'm going to do it in our recipe for this evening is I'm gonna do it on cast iron. I'm gonna sear it, and then I'm gonna put it onto the grill for a little while, and then I'm gonna take it off. With this flank steak, it is for one meal that can be fajitas, or you can do like a Brazilian style with charro beans and the flank steak. But for our purposes tonight, I am cooking fajitas for the family with flank steak. Flank steak you usually can find in your meat department of your grocery store. It's usually in a vacuum pack sealed bag already, and that's just kind of how they sell them. It's kind of a cheaper piece of meat, and so it's a little tough. But if you marinate it with the right marinades, and the marinade that I'm going to give y'all in the recipe, it needs to at least be on the meat for about 4 to 8 hours. So if you let it soak and rest in that good marinade, it kind of breaks down some of the fibers and makes it extremely tender. And I know you guys in Fly Lady Nation are gonna step up, you're gonna help out your wives, and this is our first recipe, and I know you can do it. And a couple of other things that I'll probably talk about in future episodes is some great ways to also cook besides being on a grill or cooking in cast iron. One of my favorite things to do is I love to bake in the oven. And you say, well, but Justin, what do you like to bake? I like to bake my world famous chicken ranch nachos. I'm kind of known around our house as the party food kind of guy. But when I cook, I like to cook fun things. Like smoked chicken wings or chicken ranch nachos on a big old pan. And so what I'll usually do is grill some chicken. But what I'm telling you now, gentlemen, you can step up and help alleviate some stress in your family during this time of social isolation and distancing by stepping up in your family and do more in the kitchen to help out. And cooking can be one of those things.
Here is my flank steak recipe that I got from allrecipes.com. It is a great recipe, and you can change it up a lot depending on the kind of things you like to have in a marinade. As you can see, I use some of my favorite grilling spices along with some of the things that they have in the recipe. I use 2 different skirt steaks or flank steaks for this recipe. I mix up my marinade, and then I pour the marinade over the steaks in a Ziploc bag, zip it up, and let them rest for at least 4 hours. For this take, I have actually let it rested for 48 hours. The longer, the better. And these are some of the fixings that are going to go along with my fajita night, which is what I'll be using this steak for. Now it's time to start grilling. I have a hot grill at 400 degrees, and I sear it on a cast iron plate, 5 minutes each side. Then I take it off of the cast iron and put it directly onto the grill grate with direct heat for about 2 minutes each side, still at 400 degrees. Then it's done. I wrap it up in aluminum foil and let it rest for 5 minutes. It's good. Now it's time to open it up. It looks great. I've got some extra limes on that. I've cut it up on my cutting board into nice little strips for fajitas. And I have all the fixings set at the table. And we're ready for fajita night. It's good. Enjoy. Men can cook from Fly Lady.
Come on in, folks. It's time to party. Let me see. What are we gonna play? I think we're gonna play one of Jessica's cheers for women and men.
I'm flying and so proud, soaring high above the crowd. I will smile and shout out loud. Go me, go me, go me. I will bless my house today, having fun along the way. I can't wait to start my day. Go me, go me, go me. I can do it. There's nothing to it. I'm flying through it. Go me, go me. With a smile upon my face, I will quicken the pace, knowing I can win this race. Go me, go me, go me. 15 minutes is all I've got, but I'm not gonna stop until I beat the clock. Go me, go me, go me. I can do it. There's nothing to it. I'm flying through it. Go me, go me. I'm flying and so proud, soaring high above the crowd. I will smile and shout out loud. Go me, go me, go me. I'm flying and so proud, soaring high above the crowd. I will smile and shout out loud. Go me, go me, go me. Go me, go me, go me.
Wait for it. Wait for it. I love that last note. We don't have to be perfect to have a fun song. We don't have to be perfect to get our house clean. We don't have to be perfect to feel good about ourselves. So that's what Go Me is all about. So get on in here, folks. It's Thursday afternoon. We had a great question and answer session this morning. But now it's time to do a little planning for the weekend. Sunday is the big game. I know a lot of you are going to be watching it. Maybe some of you don't really care about the big game. You just care about your family being happy and having food. Well, that's what we're doing at our house. We're not really watching the big game. I only really like to watch it when I knew somebody that was a part of the big game. And a kid that I used to take home from football practice, he became the general manager of the New York Giants. And we were all so proud of him. And his name was Jerry Reese. And now he's no longer with the team, but he won 2 of those big games when he was with them, and won the first year he was there. So we loved Jerry. I don't know what Jerry's doing now, but he was an amazing. He was an he was just a good kid, and I liked taking him home for football practice. Justin's dad drove the bus and drove other kids, but he lived way out. So I would meet the bus, and when I got off work and they got off practice, I would meet the bus, pick Jerry up, and take him, and then I'd be back home before Justin's dad ever got home. So Jerry was a fine kid and a great man. I still follow him sometimes when I see him on Facebook. But he was in my sister Dina's class, and he was the quarterback for our state championship team. So we got this big game coming up. I don't even know who's playing. I think the Rams are playing, and Cincinnati. I think, if I remember correctly, I'm seeing the Bengals and the Rams. So I'm seeing the 2 animals and in my head. But you got to cook if you're going to cook for them. This morning, I recycled my heart attack baked beans, which are to die for if you haven't had them. And I'm going to tell you how to make them. And they can be sort of the basis for any meal you got going on. But you got to start making your plans. You need lots of paper plates. I like, when I'm doing a party, I want those oval paper plates. Those big Chinette paper plates. They're my favorite paper plates, especially if I'm doing a shrimp boil or something like that. That's a fun party in the summertime. But the heart attack baked beans, the video's out there. You can check it out on our YouTube channel. It's real simple. You fry some bacon up, and I like to cut my bacon up into pieces, not just strips of bacon, because I use a whole package of bacon. I like my bacon in my beans. And if you're making a lot of beans, if you got a lot of people coming, you need plenty of bacon. So I usually use a 2-pound package of bacon and slice it up and put it in a skillet and get it cooked. And then you can add the onions, a couple of onions to it. Chop them up, put them in there, get them cooked. Then you add some brown sugar. And brown sugar, it doesn't take much, but you can put some brown sugar in there and it'll kind of get caramelized, melt the sugar in the grease and in the bacon grease and everything. That's why they're heart attack baked beans. And I have done these baked beans for 100 people at a wedding, at my sister Dina's wedding. I put together everything it was going to take for these baked beans. And I cooked it all in the crock pot, but with no beans in it. And then I just took the cans of beans with me. So I froze all the fixings. That was what I'm telling you how to make right now. So after you add the brown sugar and you dissolve it, you put some ketchup in there. And if you're making a lot, you might have to use almost a bottle of ketchup. And then you put some mustard in on top of that. And you can add a little Worcestershire if you want to. Stir it all up together. It becomes this orangey color. If you're going to eat them today, you can make them ahead of time and put them in the refrigerator or in the freezer, and then you can thaw them up and put the beans with them. But I use 2 big cans, the tall cans, not the big fat cans like they use in the lunchroom, but the tall cans, and drain the juice off of it because you're making a replacement juice. Think of these fixins for the beans as replacement juice for the pork and beans. So a can of pork and beans, I use 2 of them. You'll have about that much liquid on the top. Just drain the liquid off and put it together. You can put it in a crock pot and let it cook in the crock pot for 3 or 4 hours before the game starts. and they'll be great. They'll be wonderful. They'll be good. They'll be excited to have these beans. Another thing that people like is burgers. You can always make a burger bar, and you can make these burgers, and you can tell my son, he likes bacon too. So I've just recycled one of his videos where he was really talking to the guys about helping in the kitchen. And so he showed us how he makes burgers. And he cooks them in some bacon grease. That's my son. What can I say? Cooks them in some bacon grease, and then he's cooking them on the grill, on a griddle pan where he's cooked some bacon, because he's going to make something healthy too, because Emily makes sure there's always something healthy on their table. And so they shredded some Brussels sprouts and put some bacon in those and cook them on the grill. And then that's their side dish instead of French fries. But you can have French fries every once in a while. And then he takes the patty that's been cooked in the bacon grease and puts it on the grill. And then it's practically done right then. And then he starts adding the different types of cheeses: pepper jack, Swiss, feta. He just makes a different cheddar. He just makes all kinds of different cheeses on there. And he takes the buns and he rolls them around in the bacon grease and puts them on the grill and toasts them. So you've got this big, greasy cheeseburger that then you add the lettuce, tomato, the pickles. You got to have pickles. You have to have pickles. Mustard, ketchup, all the stuff you need on this. And you make this big old burger bar. That's fun. Another fun thing is making fajitas. Justin makes a lot of fajitas. And he just takes a flank steak and marinates it and cooks it on the grill. And then he slices it up. He does chicken breasts the same way and slices them up. And it just he has a wonderful basis for fajitas. And then you've got all the fixings. You've got shredded cheese. I'm going to pull that video after a while and put that up there. So you got the baked beans. You might need some nachos on top of that. So you got to have some chips and dip and just some fun things to eat, because they say we consume a lot of calories on Super Bowl Sunday. Anyway, so we got to have some fun with it, y'all. Have some fun. If you feed them, they'll come. And maybe think about dessert. Maybe you want to do an ice cream bar. Now, how would you do that? Well, you have nuts and coconut and chocolate chips and all kinds of things to make sundaes, chocolate syrup. And then you can take your dishes and ahead of time, put the scoops of ice cream in the dishes and freeze them. Yeah, you might need to take up a shelf in your freezer. But get it all done ahead of time so you're not having to do it. You get the ice cream dishes out, and then you can start making your ice cream sundaes. Fun for the kids and for you. Maybe have some cookies to go with that. So if you feed them, they'll come. And if you have something they really like to eat, because my baked beans are always eaten, every one to the last drop. I mean, to the last drop. There's never any left over when I take them someplace. It's my go-to potluck. And that's another fun thing to do. You can do a potluck with people bringing some dish. Maybe somebody's going to bring charcuterie platter with lots of snacky poos, and then somebody else bring a big plate of cookies and desserts and brownies. And yeah, those are other things. You can have some brownies to make sundaes with and different things. Just having fun. having fun around food and football and family. Does it get any better than that? It doesn't. It doesn't. So y'all take some time today to sort of plan your menus, what you got to have. You need lots of napkins. Maybe you want to do some wings. Let me tell you a shortcut to doing wings. I bought some Sweet Baby Ray's teriyaki sauce because our Pizza Hut no longer has teriyaki wings. So we buy the wings naked. Naked, I tell you, naked. And when they get here, I put a little teriyaki sauce in the little container and shake them up, and we got our teriyaki wings. We're so happy. Now you can buy the hot stuff, or you can buy the barbecue sauce. But here's what you can do: you can take a whole big tray of wings, and you can make your own wings, y'all. I know you don't believe this, but you can get packages of chicken wings, and you can cut the little flippy end off, put them in a pot and cook them for broth, and then you can take the little drumette and the other part and season them up real good and put them in the oven and bake them. Then you're not frying them, you're baking them. And you can put them on a rack so it lifts them up and gets all the sides at one time. And you can do 20 or 30 or 40 at one cooking in the oven. And then you can toss them in the buffalo sauce or barbecue sauce or teriyaki sauce. Put them in a bowl and toss them around and serve them up. You don't have to buy them. The wings have gone up so much in our air fryer for the wings. I've never used an air fryer, but that's what an oven is, especially if you have a convection oven, which will crisp them up. It does great. And you need lots of paper towels. I buy the boxes of paper towels, and I would just put them everywhere because people need paper towels when they're eating wings. So y'all, plan this stuff out. Paper towels. You might want some plastic utensils and stuff because you don't want to do it. You need a big garbage can with a big garbage bag in there. And what are you going to drink? Make something festive, like some lemonade. There'll be people there that won't want the alcoholic stuff. So you got to have some stuff for the people that don't want to imbibe, I think is the word. So plan this food. Saying this for you. Kendra, you're so right. Great minds think alike. Yeah, air fryer, I think they're dangerous sitting on the countertop. I think they could burn your countertop unless you put them on a tile. But the main thing is, it's an oven. It's an oven. I have two ovens. I have my regular 30-inch oven, and then Robert's oven is his cookie oven, but it's convection. So that's where I roast my turkey, I roast my chickens. It's a convection oven. And it's just hot air blowing around, which is a good thing. So you can make French fries. Other things that I don't like something that has me standing over it all the time. You can do barbecue. There's some great recipes out there for Eastern style Carolina barbecue where you cook the pork roast in your crock pot, then you take it all off the bone, and then you put some vinegar and some seasonings in it and cook it some more, and you've got this Eastern style barbecue. Or you can turn it into Western style barbecue with some Sweet Baby Ray's. Yep, little smokies are good. We used to call them hot sauce weenies. And Mother would mix up, the kids always loved this at Christmas dinner. She would mix up grape jelly and ketchup, but you can do grape jelly and barbecue sauce too. And put little pieces of hot dogs in there, or the little smokies, little sausages, and those go over well. I like to put bacon wrapped little smokies. Gotta have some bacon wrapped little smokies, and make it and some brown sugar, and you got a tasty little treat there. So another thing I like to do is take Idaho potatoes and slice them into 3/8 inch pieces and put some butter in the bottom of a big jelly roll pan, as long as it has a lip on it, and turn them over in the butter and put them in the oven, 350, and cook them for 30 to 30 minutes. Flip them one time, and then take some cheese, a little cube of cheese, not much, a little cube of cheese, and put on every one of them and let it melt. And then you can take a dollop, get one of those squeeze things of sour cream, and you can decorate them. You can put a little dollop of sour cream, a little dollop of daisy, the commercial says, a little dollop of daisies. Yeah, meatballs in that barbecue sauce and grape jelly is good too. But just a little dollop of sour cream, and then you can sprinkle some bacon bits on it. And I have found that Hormel makes a lovely um, real bacon bits in a package that are tiny, not great big. So you can sprinkle some of those on there, and before you know it, you have this potato rounds. It's like having a stuffed baked potato. You can put little bits of chives on there too, or green onions, and they are so good. I'm just hungry thinking about it. Yeah, what are we going to do with ourselves? It's not time to eat yet, but we got to plan. We have to plan so we can have enough hors d'oeuvres for everybody and keep everybody going. Now, I also like to make sangria without the wine. I take cherry juice, I take lemonade, I take some grape juice. I just start putting all kinds of juices together, and you have this, and put some sliced oranges and lemons and crushed ice, and you have an amazing sangria that doesn't have any alcohol in it. It's just wonderful. So have some fun. The guys just want the alcoholic stuff. I don't want any of that. Let's see. I have never heard of any of these recipes. Man, I have some learning to do. Well, we're here for you. It's called 40, 50, almost 50 years of cooking. And you just pull out what's tried and true. And Justin has taken some of my recipes and adapted them for the grill. And it's always fun to see your child, even though he's a grown man, take over in the kitchen. Just take over in the kitchen. It is really, really heartwarming to know that your child learned to cook. Learn to cook. Yeah. He watched me, and I let him help me, and it was all good. I also like to do somebody's talking about bell peppers and butter. Well, see, if you're doing fajitas, you need peppers and onions. You always need peppers and onions with fajitas. I mean, sliced peppers, sliced onions, it just makes a fajita. And you need tortillas. So you can put those, if you have an extra crock pot, you could put a towel down in the crock pot and put your fajita, you put your tortillas down in there. Or you can, as they do at the Mexican restaurant, they roll up 2 or 3 in aluminum foil and put them in a warming place. That's always fun. Think about stuff you can do ahead of time to keep from being so rushed on game day. So y'all take some time to do that. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Father in heaven, thank you so much for giving us a family that we can prepare meals for and together, that we can have parties and celebrate each other and cheer each other on, and even have rivalries and fun stuff in our homes. Thank you for giving us this ability to be able to cook for our families and to get them involved in the process. It is so wonderful to get your families together. Cherish these moments. Thank you for giving us these wonderful people in our lives. Please forgive us of our sins. Thank you for sending your Son to die for our sins. Thank you, Lord. And all these things we ask in His holy name. Amen. So, y'all get ready for a fun weekend. Yes, somebody says they're going to do angel eggs. Everybody loves a good, this shaped like a football. You could have some fun with angel eggs on your buffet table. So y'all be good, kind, and sweet. Good to yourself, kind to others, and let the joy and the sweetness that is in your heart, because you're a child of God, let that sweetness overflow. When the sweetness is coming out, hatefulness can't come out. So y'all have a good rest of the day. Start planning what you're going to cook for Sunday, Super Bowl. It's always fun. I love you all. I'll see you in the morning. Guess what it is tomorrow? It's Friday. Bye.
Justin here today from Fly Lady to show you our brand new revamped Fly Lady Complete Cleaning Package. In this package, we've got some of the same standard great Fly Lady home tools that we've had in this package from the beginning, but we've added a brand new tool, and I think you guys might like it. In the complete cleaning package, we have Fly Lady's original microfiber cleaning towels, the purple rags. You get 3 of these in the package and the bag that it comes in. You also get Fly Lady's I'm Flying 2024 family calendar. You also get Fly Lady's original Rubba Scrubba cleaning brush, great for any scrubbing job that you might have around your home or cars. You also get Fly Lady's original toilet brush, we like to call the Rubba Swisher, and its vase holder that goes with it. We also have in this package the Fly Lady handle that goes with the Fly Lady Big Mop, and also the chenille mop cloth XL that goes with the Fly Lady Big Mop. Great for dry floor dusting, and it just pops right on the head. These little clamps. And as you can see, it has these chenille fingers, which is great for dry floor dusting. You can also wet mop with this. It's also great. You can also use the original cloth right here on the Fly Lady Big Mop for wet mopping as well. It also comes with the Fly Lady multi-wand that attaches to the Fly Lady handle. The cool thing about the Fly Lady handle is you get one handle, 3 tools that will go onto this handle. The multi-wand, the Big Mop, and also what's coming up next, the Rubba Sweeper. This handle extends so you can use the multi-wand to dust places up high, top of cabinets, under stove tops, and you can also do ceilings, corners, and anything like that. Take this off, and you also get, like I was saying before, the Fly Lady rubber broom we like to call the Rubba Sweeper. It's got these rubber bristles and a squeegee edge as well that you can sweep up anything the smallest particles to the biggest particles. You can sweep your floors with this. You can also scrub a vehicle with this. You can do all types of scrubbing and sweeping with this great tool. And last but not least, of these 11 items that you get in the Fly Lady Complete Cleaning Package, we have added the Fly Lady Kitchen Scrubber. You get 5 of these really neat microfiber kitchen scrubbing sponges. On one side, you can see there is a smooth microfiber surface, and on the other side, there is a more tougher scrubbing microfiber surface. Great for washing dishes, scrubbing pots and pans, washing your car, scrubbing tires on a car, you name it. These are great tools. This entire package sells for $188.50, and we have it now on sale for $89.95. Go to the Fly Shop at flylady.net. Order this package. It will change and complete your Fly Lady home cleaning method and routine at your home. Go to flylady.net and find out more.
Come on in, everybody. Let's see. Where's my hairbrush? You get in front of the camera and you see things that need tweaking. Anyway, get on in here. Get on in here. I had turned my computer on. It said I had to do updates. Don't like it when that happens. Don't like it when that happens. Anyway, we got a dead truck battery. I guarantee you Robert will come home with he's gone to the grocery store a day early. Because we got bad weather coming our way too. So grab your sheets off your bed and get them in the washing machine. And we will get started on our weekly home blessing. Now, I want you to do more than just getting the house clean today. I want you to grab some anointing oil. If you've got some, if not, just grab a little olive oil and say a prayer over it. And then anoint your house with oil. Yeah, just anoint your house with oil. I had seen on, was it Twitter or on YouTube? I don't know which it was, but people were doing that, anointing their house with oil. And I thought, well, that's a good idea. I like that idea. I'm going to try it. I've done it before, but it never hurts to. I've got this little nail polish bottle, which never had nail polish in it, but this is anointing oil. And I anointed all the states a few months ago, and now Dutch Sheets this morning is anointing waterways and dams and all rivers and streams and all kinds of good stuff. So, folks, let's get those sheets off the bed. I'm going to get our tiles laid out, and I will anoint our home. Today is Martin Luther King's birthday. It's his actual birthday on the 15th. And many years ago, I got this plaque, and I think I was at a church in Houston. And this plaque is a quote from Dr. King, and it says, "Faith is taking the step even when you don't see the whole staircase." Many times, fly babies, they want to know how the whole system works before they ever jump in to get started. And a lot of times, because they can't see how the whole system works, they never start. So it's our perfectionism that wants us to stay stuck at the bottom. And you just go one step at a time. One step at a time. Okay, folks. Let me get the chat up. I didn't put the chat up. Let me see. In Oklahoma, they got 6 degrees. Patty started getting dollar-sized snowflakes. So y'all get on. A lot of people are off today, so this is a good thing. It's not it's a holiday, but it's still a holiday when you can get some stuff done. It's not like Christmas and New Year's and stuff, or it's hard. I'm trying to find somebody to put the sheets, get the sheets off the bed. Gotta love Trisha. She is on the job this morning. Okay, folks, let me get the music tuned up. Get my antique iPod working. We still have 43 degrees here today. It is not cold, but we have fires built and we're ready to go. So let's see what I'm gonna roll the dice. Get that out of the way. I got too many cords here. Michelle used to say, "You're gonna get strangled with all those cords." It's just one cord. It's my microphone cord. Here we go. I'm rolling the dice. Number 2. Grab all your trash. Robert just did all that. He grabbed all the trash. The truck wouldn't start, so he's put the trash in the car and he's taking it. So let's see. Put this back where it goes. And I am going to play Room Patrol. No, I don't want the I'm Flying song. Okay, where is Room Patrol? I never can find this one. There it is. So grab your trash, get your shoes on your feet, and let's get the trash out of the house.
I am a member of the Special Elite Operations Unit Room Patrol. When room needs rescue, you can count on me.
Room Patrol, this is dispatch. We have evidence of a hotspot in Sector 2. All members of Room Patrol respond.
Move in
and eliminate the clutter. Let's go.
Dispatch, we have surrounded the clutter in Sector 2. You're right, this hotspot is drawing clutter and flies. We're sending in the SWAT team. Let's get to the bottom of this. Get your gear. Lace up your shoes. Room Patrol, let's roll. Dispatch, we have newspapers hiding behind the magazine rack. They're taking over. I repeat, they're taking over. Please advise.
Room Patrol, you have authorization to remove all expired newspapers and magazines from the premises immediately.
Roger, all clear.
Room Patrol, there's a code red on the trash receptacle. I can smell it from here. Put on your gas mask and move in.
Copy that, dispatch. No job is too hard for Room Patrol. Let's pack it up and ship it out. Mission accomplished.
Okay, everybody. Let's roll the dice again. Here we go. Number 3. And number 3 is grab your purple rag, a wet one and a dry one, and let's wipe down our windows, our doorknobs, our light switches. Let's just get to wiping. Get those puppy nose prints off the windows, any glass surface. Let's get it going. And let me see what song we're going to play. Somebody get it in the chat. Let me find it. Okay. Fly Lady Rag. Sister was on it. Anyway. What song are we going to play? That's going to do an up kind of day. It's a cold kind of day.
Sometimes I think the sun is rising too soon. Can I just pull the covers over my head? But then I think of all I've got to do.
I don't understand
First
it either,
thing is
but
to
they
get my
are.
body out of this bed. So I get up, here I go.
They have ridges in them.
I'm smiling, I'm grooving,
Them?
gotta get this body moving.
And it grabs the dirt.
Kind of thoughts gonna give this new day all I've got. And in no time at all, things are going my way. Gonna have an up kind of
That's
day.
okay, Trisha. You're on it.
Up and up kind of day. Up and up kind of day. I know sometimes there will be things that get me down. My day won't always go the way that I planned. But I'm a tough kid, I can deal with it. I'll make the best of it, I know that I can. So I get up, here I go. Even if I'm starting slow, I'm smiling, I'm grooving. Gotta get this body moving, thinking up, kind of thoughts gonna give this new day all I got. And in no time at all, things are going my way. Gonna have an up kind of day. An up kind of day. Up and up kind of day. Even if my day seems low, nowhere for my dreams to go, I'll still reach for the sky. It's time to watch me fly on an up kind of day, yeah. Up on an up kind of day. So I get up, here I go. Even if I'm starting slow, I'm smiling, I'm moving, gotta get this body moving, thinking up, kind of thoughts gonna give this new day all I've got. And in no time at all, things are going my way. Gonna have an up kind of day, an up kind of day, yeah. An up kind of day, yeah. An up kind of day.
Okay, we're rolling the dice. We need a 1, a 4, 5, or a 6. Here we go. We got a 1. And that means grab your vacuum cleaner or your carpet sweeper, and we're going to get just the middles. Just the middles. Let's see. What song are we going to play? Let's do routines, because that's what we're practicing.
First thing in the morning, I clear my head. I stretch and yawn to greet the day, then make my bed. Get myself all ready, down to my shoes. A healthy breakfast puts me in a rockin' mood. Routines, they keep me rockin'. Routines. There's no stopping me when I feel the power of my rockin' routines. School or after lunch, I keep my cool. 'Cause afternoons have routines now, and that's my rule. Homework before playing, quickly get it done. After that, I'm out of here and on to have some fun. Routines, they keep me rocking. Routines. There's no stopping me when I feel the power of my rockin' routines. Routines can organize my day, give me much more time for play, help me know what's coming next. I think routines are the best. PJs on, I brush my teeth, time for bed. My last routine helps me relax and plan ahead. It goes out for tomorrow, think about my day. So proud that my routines have kept me rocking on my way. Routines, they keep me rocking. Routines. There's no stopping me when I feel the power. When I feel the power of my rockin' routines. My rockin' routines. My rockin' routines. Of my rockin' routines. My rockin' routines.
Okay, what are y'all fixing for dinner? Robert and I are going to have chicken pot pie. Every once in a while, we like a good old chicken pot pie. Anyway, I'm rolling the dice again. Here we go. Number 2. I already did number 2. Number 6. Grab your feather duster. And we're going to dust. Let me find our dusting song. So Long Dust Samba. There we go.
You can do all kinds of dances, hip hop or ballet. I will tell you of dance that you can learn today. Hey, you don't need some fancy clothes, or need some fancy moves. All you need's a feather duster to get in the samba groove. So long the samba, mama, can I dust a little longer? My world has turned gray, I need to brush this dust away. So long the samba, mama, can I dust a little longer? My world has turned gray, I need to brush this dust away. So long the samba, mama, can I dust a little longer? My world has turned gray, I need to brush this dust away. So long the samba, mama, can I dust a little longer? My world has turned gray, I need to brush this dust away. Dusting high, see me flying, dusting low. Watch me go, moving to the sound rhythm. I'm solo dusting show. Then I take the feather duster, shake it good outside. Come back and I feel like dancing. It's samba party time. So long the samba, mama, can I just a little longer? My world has turned gray, I need to brush this dust away. So long the samba, mama, can I just a little longer? My world has turned gray, I need to brush this dust away. So long the samba, mama, can I just a little longer? My world has turned gray, I need to brush this dust away. It's summertime.
Some fun, I tell you, but
Mama, can I just a little longer? My world has turned gray. I need to brush this dust away. So long the summer. Mama, can I just a little longer? My world has turned gray. I need to brush this dust away. So long the summer. Mama, can I just a little longer? My world has turned gray. I need to brush this dust away. So long the summer. Mama, can I just a little longer? My world has turned gray. I need to brush this dust away. So long, that's strong.
it's party.
So long.
Okay, folks, we got 2 tiles left. We got declutter your hotspots and mop. So let's get to mopping. Grab your mop. That's number 5, and let's boogie with that mop. Where is the mopping song? There's the boogie song. This week we're in zone 3, our main bathroom, and the laundry room is the other room.
Pull the covers on my head. Something sinks beneath my bed. Can't face my room today. Stub my toe and scrape my knee. With all the toys surrounding me, I don't have room to play. I can't find my book no matter where I look. And I just lost my shoes. So many toys around, they're tumbling down. Tell me, Mama, what do I do? She said, pick it up and pack it up. Decide what you can do with it so you have room to play. Having junk around only brings you down. So I'll boogie that clutter away. Only keep the toys that bring you joy and pass the rest along. You can fly when you simplify and sing the bedroom boogie song. Broken book, banana peel, a truck with only half a wheel. I'll throw these away. But the teddy bear and the king up there are gonna bless someone else today. I've been holding on for way too long. Time to let them go. The room is growing, the more I'm throwing in a bag to finally know. How to pick it up and pack it up. Decide what I can do with that so I have room to play. Having junk around only brings me down. So I'll boogie that clutter away. I only keep the toys that bring me joy and pass the rest along. I can fly when I simplify and sing the bedroom boogie song. Mom sent me in here, thought it would take a year for me to get it all done. But now her eyes are popping and her jaw is dropping and I'm off to have some fun. Yeah. When I pick it up and pack it up, decide what I can do without so I have room to play. Having junk around only brings me down, so I boogie that clutter away. I only keep the toys that'll bring me joy and pass the rest along. I can fly when I simplify and sing the bedroom boogie, the bedroom boogie, the bedroom boogie song.
Okay, we have one more tile to do, and it's to clean off our hotspots. Our hotspots make our home look messy. So here we go. Cleaning off the hotspots. What are we? The 2-minute cleanup song. Where is it? 2-minute cleanup song. There it is. Here we go. We're cleaning off hotspots.
Hey everybody, it's time to clean up!
Clean up, everybody clean up. Choose a toy to pick up.
We're done with play, put toys away. It's time to clean this mess up.
Clean up, everybody clean up. Choose a toy to pick up.
We're done with play, put toys away. It's time to clean this mess up. Clean up, everybody clean up.
Clean up,
Let's all come clean up.
clean up, everybody clean up. Choose a toy to pick up.
We're done with play, put toys away. It's time to clean this mess up.
Clean up, everybody clean up. Choose a toy to pick up.
We're done with play, put toys away. It's time to clean this mess up.
1 minute left.
Everybody
Clean up,
let's see how fast we can
I was
finish.
slow.
I've got this one. Let's all come clean up. It's looking better already. Yeah. We can do it. Look, we almost done. This is fun. Yeah.
You're doing great.
This won't take long. We can do it. Way to go!
Good job. I'm so proud of you.
clean up, clean up. Let's all clean up. Clean up, clean up. Let's all go clean up.
Let's go and play!
Okay, folks, we've blessed our home. I have a little homework assignment for you. I've asked Robert to help me with this homework assignment to come up with casseroles or one-dish dinners or little things like that. Hamburger helper that isn't hamburger helper from a box. We had stroganoff the other night, Saturday night, and last night we had a little piece of beef that was a flank steak that was in the freezer that needed to be cooked. And I cooked the steak, and we had some au gratin potatoes, and we had some peas, English peas, and we had and I made some homemade garlic bread, and it was wonderful. It was wonderful. And all I did was put some butter in a little pan and put some garlic in with it, and I had cooked 2 loaves of bread the other night, and I sliced it up and put it in aluminum foil, and now I'm going to freeze what's left over. So, folks, start collecting. The homework assignment is get some note cards. Get you some note cards and put together the recipes for some one-dish, one-pot meals like chili or hamburger stroganoff. That's on our website. It's a can of golden mushroom soup, a tub of sour cream, or cream cheese, whatever you have, and noodles. You boil some noodles and hamburger and an onion. You know, I can't cook without an onion. Anyway, start collecting those recipes, those one dish meals, one pot meals, one pan meals, and it'll give you something to fall back on. That I told Robert to start thinking about it. Somebody's at the door. Anyway, y'all, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Father in heaven, thank you so much for all that you do for us. Thank you for the cold weather because it'll kill some insects. Thank you, Lord, for the snow, which replenishes the moisture in the ground. Lord, we know you have us in the palm of your hands, and we're going to be thankful for everything. Thank you, Lord. Keep us safe from harm, Lord. Protect people from the cold. Help them to be strong, and because there's some hardy people out there, and to have extra coats and things when they have to be out. Lord, we love you with all that we have. All these things we ask in your Son's holy name. Amen and amen. Now, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I want to hear about some of these recipes y'all have come up with. One skillet primavera helps clean out the veggie tray. Oh, I can't wait to hear about all of them. So, y'all, I'm going to come up with 5, and you can come up with 5. You can do it. I love you all. See you later. Hey everybody, it's time to make your favorite pot roast. And I like to use a slow cooker for mine. I start with 3 pounds of a rump roast with some soy sauce and my very special secret ingredient, better than bouillon. I use 1 cup of flour, a teaspoon of pepper, a teaspoon of garlic powder, and a dash, maybe a quarter teaspoon of cayenne pepper. I like a little hot to my stuff. Adds a little flavor. Put some olive oil or any kind of oil you like in a skillet. You need plenty of oil, so don't be afraid to use it. And you take your pot roast and you put it in that bag of flour and seal it up with a little air in it, so you got a ball to toss around. And don't get too rigorous with this because you can bust a bag, but pat the flour onto the roast and put it in your medium-high skillet. Now we're going to brown every side of the roast. It doesn't have to be super brown, but it just needs to be brown to kind of sear in the juices. And also to make the gravy for your pot roast, because a pot roast is only as good as the gravy you make to put on it. That's the truth. Put your pot roast in the crock pot, and now we're going to start to make the gravy. Now, add some more oil if you need to, and we're going to take the flour that was in the bag, because that should be enough. You put a cup, and put that into the oil. Make sure you got some water handy, because we're going to use about 4 cups of it, and we're going to stir this flour around in the skillet to get it brown more. You might have to add a little more oil, but that's okay. Just keep stirring, and it'll get sizzly, and it'll start to change colors a little bit. Now, add a dollop of this better than bouillon and get it melted in there, stirring it around on medium-low heat. Just keep stirring till it gets incorporated. And here's the secret. Don't add too much water at one time. 1 cup at a time, or even less. And do it on this medium-low heat, because we don't cook on high at Fly Lady. So keep adding another cup until it gets incorporated. It'll get thicker and thicker. And just keep stirring. And it'll get smooth again, and it'll get... Now I'm going to add some soy sauce, because it needs a little salt to it. And it doesn't matter if you use plain flour or self-rising flour, but it's going to need a little salt, and the soy sauce adds that to it. So get it all smooth, and then we're going to add that to our slow cooker. Now, it can be thick, it can be thin, it doesn't matter, because it's going to cook. The pot roast is going to cook in this liquid, and it is going to make your pot roast taste amazing. Now, you might want a taste of it. Just a little taste of it right now, just to make sure you like the flavor, because it might need a little more salt. Trust your taste buds. Now, wash a few potatoes. I like to keep the potato skins on because they stay together in the pot. If you take the potato skins, if you peel them, it makes for mushy stuff, and I don't like mushy. Now, and I forgot to slice up the onions to put in the gravy. I usually do it while it's in the skillet, so I'm just going to add it right here to the slow cooker. Just you can't make a mistake. That's just all it is. It's imperfect cooking at its best. So just add the onions. Onions give it great flavor. And it doesn't take long to add them. I just like to slice them right off in little slivers and throw them in there and then stir it all around. Just don't be afraid to make a mistake. Half of cooking is, messing up, and that's okay. We just keep sampling a little bit and get it the way we like it. Sometimes I holler at Robert to come in the kitchen and I need your taste buds, honey, and he comes in and tells me what I need to do. Or he'll add something to it. We play a little game like that. So it's always fun to be in the kitchen. We have a kitchen that is more than a one-butt kitchen. And we can both be in there at the same time. This pot roast is going to make your house smell wonderful. It's just going to be amazing. And getting dinner in the crock pot ready to go frees you up this afternoon to kind of, if you want to take a nap, whatever you want to do. So stir those onions into the gravy. Add those potatoes to it. And your crock pot's going to be good and full. I have a 7-quart crock pot. Scrub your carrots. I don't even like to peel the carrots because they have a really thin skin on them. But scrub them with a little scouring pad. Cut the ends off. And start poking those into the gravy. And before you know it, in 4 hours on high and 8 hours on low, you're going to have a pot roast. And be sure and look up my biscuit recipe and make some biscuits to go along with this, because you're going to want to put some gravy over those biscuits. You're going to like this recipe. Yum. I got some cafe mocha. A little chocolate, a little coffee. It's all good. So come on in here. Come on in. Where are my people? Let's get on in here. This morning, we grabbed a tool and blessed our house with, sometimes all you need is put a tool in your hand and walk around for 3 minutes. There's Trisha. And Miss Amber. Come on in. Come on in. Wow. It's a beautiful day. It's cold, and we're expecting some bad weather. Sleet, snow, I don't know what all, but it's stacking up. Blueberry tea. Do you have elderberries, Trisha? It's always good to keep some elderberry on hand. Anyway, come on in. And maybe we'll get a little snow. We'll see. Justin's on his way home. He had to go to Florida to pick up his deer. It was a panhandle of Florida. And so they did a little hunting while they were down there. And now he and his buddy are driving back. His buddy's pulling a trailer and Justin's leading the way. And they'll go home through Athens and not Atlanta. So y'all, I wanted to talk about how we get things done here at Fly Lady. And I've done videos, and I'll put together some videos tomorrow for our marathon. Around between 11 and 11:30, I try to get it done. And our basic weekly plan is every day has a purpose. When we were little kids, many of us sang a song. This is the way we wash our clothes every Monday morning. My grandmother had a day to do laundry. She only had like a couple loads to do every week. And she'd do her laundry. And she had days to do everything. And then That was after she retired. Before she retired, she did laundry on Saturday, and we used to help her. Y'all, we used to help her with a wringer washer, and she had wash tubs and a wringer thing that would go into the rinse water and then would go into the wash water, and we'd help her wash the clothes. Now, she would only let us catch the stuff coming through the wringer. She would never let us put things through the wringer because you could take a finger off. But it was fun to help Granny. And she had a milk barn, and she had a stove out there, and she had a water hose that she'd give us showers in the milk barn. Especially when we've been playing out in the pasture and gotten dirty, or working in the garden or playing. You know, for kids, work is play because we like to dig in the dirt and do all kinds of things. At least Justin did. We did too. We used to play in the creek. And it was always something fun. So weekends are made for fun, family fun. Saturday, don't wait till the last minute to do your laundry. Do a load every day. If you start a load at night, you get up in the morning, put it in the dryer, and by the time you get ready to go to work, it's dry. And don't ever leave home or go to bed with appliances running. That's just a rule we have in our house. So, having a plan to your week, we have Sunday is the beginning of the week. Sunday is the day we spend in worship to the Lord. Now, I do it every day. I'm listening to the word. I'm listening to beautiful worship music. I'm praying. I'm staying connected. It's like, you know, your appliances don't work unless you plug them in, and you got to plug yourself into the Lord. And you got to be there. And I'm reading in Deuteronomy 4 right now, and it's talking about how other people don't have the pleasure of being plugged into God. Just go back and read chapter 4 in Deuteronomy. It's what it's saying. We get plugged into God. Other peoples don't have that. Yeah, and those of us who come to the Lord through Jesus Christ, we are part of the Israelites. We are. Because Jesus died for us. Now, that's Sunday. Now, I do it every day. I take the Lord's Supper every day. And it's an important part of what I do to stay connected to God all the time, plugged into the Lord. Monday, we bless our homes. We recover from a busy weekend of running around and doing things. Now, as we get older, the kids are doing things on their own, and that's okay. You can go back and listen to it. If you missed Grab a Tool Day this morning, you can go back and listen. I just sent it out in email. Are you signed up for our emails? It's important to be signed up for our emails. Just because you miss it live doesn't mean you've missed it, because it's there archived. And not only is it archived, every email, every video I've done is on YouTube. It's on YouTube. So you have a whole treasure trove. During Christmas break, I got to watching Frankie Off Grid, and it was this young couple that moved to Portugal, bought 5 acres, ended up having to buy some more acreage just because their ruin was in the middle of a property line, and they're just a sweet couple. Just a sweet, and they love animals. They have 3 cats and 2 dogs. They rescue animals. And they were just precious. I sort of binged watched them. But I got sidetracked talking about Ian and I forget his wife's name, but they go and help Nick and Andrea occasionally, and Nick and Andrea go and help them, and they're from Wales, and Nick and Andrea are from somewhere in the UK. And evidently, a lot of people from the UK moved to Portugal and become citizens of Portugal. But I'm listening to the Bible and hearing about these olive trees and these vineyards and all of this in the Bible. Just all of these things that were already planted. And Nick and Andrea and Ian and his wife, they have all these trees. Same way with Project Portugal. They have all these fruit trees on 50-something acres. So they're reaping the harvest of what has been done for them. And I think what I'm getting at here is Patty and I have lived this. We have lived 24 years doing what we teach. And we don't just teach it. Patty is born organized. But she has these systems that are natural in her. I was behind the door when God handed out organization, but I'm not stupid. I have a lot of common sense, and God gave me that common sense, and He taught me how to learn from my mistakes and how to understand how to dig in and figure it out. And that's what I did New Year's Day in 1999. So we break our week down, and every day has a purpose. Not the whole day, but like on Mondays, we recover from a busy weekend. We bless our home. We bless our home. And we get things back to working. You know, when one thing's out of place, it's like if you leave one piece of paper on a credenza behind the couch, it's going to collect a bunch of others. And we have to nip that in the bud. Keep it cleared out. Keep it cleared out. Keep those flat surfaces free and clear. Gives you the freedom that you need to do what God has called you to do. Beth was only 2 in 1999. I remember being 3 years old and being on a train with Mother being pregnant with Leanne. Leanne was born January 31st. So I was 2, almost 3. And it's not easy to lose a sibling, I'll tell you that. Because you try to figure out what you did wrong, especially if you're the oldest. Anyway, Tuesday is our planning day. It's plan and play day. Tuesday, let's get our menus done for the next week, because that's the only real way we can save any money is getting in our kitchen and cooking. And if our kitchen is clean, we don't mind getting in there and cooking. Wednesday is always anti-procrastination day, but after you plan, you got to reward yourself with something. Maybe you pull a pamper mission out of your pamper jar. And if you haven't built you a pamper jar, if you got the sneak peek this week, at the bottom of the pamper missions, there's 5 pages that you can just print out and cut up. I don't know what that is, Pam, but my feather duster is my feather duster. It's not just a pretty duster. I should have it on where it twirls. Makes oolong sweet tea. That's amazing. Wednesday is always anti-procrastination day. When, if you just look around your house, I did a video the other day, just look around. Every pile you see is procrastination at work. Everywhere. Everywhere you look around your house, if you see a pile, that's procrastination. So we on Wednesday, we tackle those piles of paper. We tackle the things that we need to do to make our house look great. Now, those piles of procrastination around your house, they'll get so tall that they'll slide off, and it'll be an avalanche of procrastination. I think I need to find that essay. An avalanche. And it'll take over. But if you police them, policing those hot spots, you'll be surprised at how good your house will look. Even if it's dusty and you could ride in the dust, if your hot spots are policed and looking good, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Your house will look great. Thursday is to run some errands during the week. Maybe you go to the grocery store on Thursday. But if you can't go to the grocery store on Thursday, try to get other errands done so that you don't have to do them all on the weekend, so you can spend time with your family. Now, we've got bad weather coming. Do you have some board games picked out if you're going to get some bad weather in your area? Plan for these bad weather events when you're stuck in the house and you can't get outside. If it's rainy and nasty, you can't get outside. But if it's snowing, that's a fun time to get outside. But do you know where all your mittens are and all your scarves and things? It's time to get them out. Kathy's gone through a pile of papers, and nothing feels any better than going through a pile of papers. And you might find something. You might find a gift card or $10 from somebody. Well, get your games out. Get ready to get people excited about playing a game together. I know Justin and Emily, when the kids were little, they got some new furniture, and they had this big hassock. I mean, it's probably 3 feet across and 3 feet both ways. And they would put Scrabble. You don't ever want to play Robert in Scrabble. He is a wordsmith. He works a crossword puzzle every single day. And the games fit in that hassock because it opened up, and we would play Scrabble. Robert wouldn't play Scrabble. I mean, mine and Robert's first day, we played Scrabble. First date, we played Scrabble. I couldn't play it well enough to spell words, but I could spell trees. Anyway, that's Thursday. Run some errands so you can open up and be free to do some spontaneous stuff on Saturday. Friday is clean out your car day. Clean out your purse, because that thing gets so heavy. You know, when you put your purse on, it hurts your shoulder. So clean out your purse, clean out your car, and plan something for date night. So y'all, get ready. The weekend's on us. And Saturday, plan something fun to do. Anyway, y'all drink up. And the rest of how Fly Lady works is we break our home into zones. Zone 1 is your entrance, your front porch, and your dining room. It's time to get those decorations off. Zone 2 is your kitchen. If your kitchen is clean, we're starting with our shiny sink. So get your kitchen clean. And do some detailed cleaning in your kitchen. I noticed when I was watching Nick and Andrea a while ago, I forget the name of their podcast. It might be Project Portugal. But Nick can do anything, and Andrea can cook anything. And she was taking limes off of her lime tree and making lime pickles. Sage, I thought of something a while ago for you and your head injury. Get some coconut oil in your diet. Take a tablespoon of coconut oil every night before you go to bed, or every morning before you go to bed, and just keep some coconut oil in your diet. They weren't really lime pickles, but she was going to ferment them. So she put some salt in it and it was kind of like kimchi that she was doing. Salt, 4 tablespoons of salt, 3 tablespoons of turmeric? Anyway, and some apple cider vinegar, and she put it in a glass jar, covered it with a tea towel, and put it in a dark corner. And every 2 days, she's going to stir it. I don't know what she's making, but she found this fermentation website, and she likes to ferment lots of stuff. And Nick can do anything. They're kind of like Uncle Nick and Aunt Andrea to these young kids. That's what they call them when they don't know what to do. Nick comes over and Andrea comes over, and they teach them how to do things. So having somebody that's a mentor to you in some way, these are just young kids. And Nick's been around for a while. He's been around for a while, and he can render walls and build walls and all kinds of stuff. And he teaches these kids, he teaches a lot of people how to do things. And they're just a wealth of information. If you know how to do something, teach somebody else. This is so good for us to be able to teach other people. But your house has to be in order. When your house isn't in order, you won't do that. So over the years, I've seen Andrea and Nick, they buy things. I don't know if it's on Marketplace, but they find things that are they trade for things. They traded for a pool table a couple of years ago, and he built a pool table. they're fixing their house was an old ruin and they rebuilt it. So having projects is always fun. Many years ago, I came up with a bunch of projects. You kind of sit down at the first of the year and you just write things down that you want. Let's see. I wrote down what kind of stickers we wanted, a 15-minute book, an essay book, a coloring book, a calendar, a testimonial book. Well, I've got all those. Control journals. I wrote all these things down, and we've done them. A cookbook, children's book. We may not have done the children's book, but one of our fly babies did, and her mother did it, and it's in our last chance items because we don't have many of them left. But we did it all. We've done documentary type things. We've done vignettes. We've done audio CD, DVDs. We've done everything that's in here. So, folks, write down some of the things that you want to do in this next year. Pick a word. Any word. I've had surrender. I haven't picked my word yet for this year. But I'm staying close to the Lord, and I'm sure He will plop one in my brain. But start with our system. We break our house down into these zones. Zone 3 is your main bathroom and some other room. Zone 4 is your master bedroom. Zone 5 is your living room. Abide. That's a beautiful word. I'm going to have to look that up. We've had Fly Lady notepads, and they were the size of a dollar bill, so they would fit in your wallet. And I loved it. Anyway, y'all, be good, kind, and sweet. My number's up there. It's 111 right now in our shop. My birthday is a week next Thursday. My birthday's next Thursday. I got to work on my new essay about that. Coconut oil is just good for our brain. I'm telling you, it's good for the brain. I do a dose of it a couple times a day. Patricia, that's a wise thing. Her favorite word is today. Take care of what you got to take care of today. I've had hope. Yep, Hebrews 11:1 is all about hope. So stay in the Word this year. Stay in the Word. I love you all. Be good, kind, and sweet. Be good to yourself. By staying in the present. But when we take care of some things to keep us in the present, we're going to be happier. Open. Pam says her words open, as in open the door. Open. Open your heart. Peter, you got moved yet? Peter's getting ready to move. God bless him. Be good to yourself. Be kind to others. And let that joy and sweetness that is in your heart show the world who you are. a child of the Most High, the only living God in the universe. Y'all, it's going to be a great weekend. Peter, did you get some snow? To God be the glory. I love you all. I will catch you tomorrow in the chat on the marathon. I'll see you later. Tea time. And I didn't bring any tea in here with me, but I did bring my favorite pampering tool. And I will tell you what that is when everybody gets in here. Never miss a comment. Click on the chat message to display it on the screen. That's interesting. Let's see what that does. Well, we don't have any messages yet. There's Sage. I got you front and center, girlfriend. Look at there. Hey, life and times of a Texas mom. Come on in here. Out walking my dog while enjoying the fresh air. It's still cool here. This morning, Robert got up and went to look at the temperature, and our indoor weather station was blank. And it has a sensor outside that gets the air temperature, and it is in Robert's treehouse. And he put a battery in it and scraped around on some little discoloration, turning green on the inside. And let's see how this chat works in on the screen so that everybody can see it as it's happening. I know Isaiah Saldivar does this, and 47 degrees at 3 a.m. That's cold for Florida. That's cold. Anyway, I think we had 21 degrees this morning because we can tell the temperature outside by looking at our rhododendron, because the rhododendron leaves do a weird thing. Let me see if I can show you how they do. They curl. They're like this, and then they fold in and curl up like it's a scroll. And they just roll up. It's quite funny. It's just really quite funny. Anyway, folks, tomorrow is December 1st. When Robert gets back from playing chess, and they did play chess a couple of weeks ago. Robert was so excited to get to play chess with Charles. When he gets back, we're going to get dressed and ready to go on our date night. We're having date night early, and Emily and Justin are going to join us, and maybe Sarah. She has a hair appointment, and so I don't know if she's going to get to come, but we've got reservations for 5, and we'll be good to go. I believe I'm listening to you live from Utah. Yeah, or live from North Carolina. So December, we've always had December as our month for you to focus on you. You've spent the last 6-7 weeks getting ready for Christmas, and now we're going to play through the holidays. We're going to bake cookies. We're going to have fun. And we are going to enjoy December instead of being all stressed out. And even if you are a little stressed, doing some pamper missions is going to help release that stress. So I want to start at the top of our head and work down to the bottom of our feet, just like we were going to be playing an operation game, but we're not going to play an operation game. We're going to play a pampering game. So let's see how many things you can put in the chat that has to do with the top of your head. The top of your head. Your hair is on the top of your head. So we condition our hair. We get a haircut. We roll our hair and um, you know, just spend a few extra minutes. Just I did that this morning. I took my blow drying brush and curled my hair a little bit because I washed it last night and put it up in my nightcap, and it was had a little curl to it, but not much. But what do? Our hair gets dry, and it's wintertime, and it's fly away, and we've all got hair conditioner, in our showers, ready to go. But do we take the time? You got to leave it on for 2 minutes, and sometimes we don't want to do that, but we got to take 2 minutes and do something with our hair. Do something to make it not quite so fly away. So what are some other things you can do with your hair? This is my favorite for inside and outside, is virgin coconut oil. I use it all the time. I keep a jar in my bathtub. I keep a jar on my bathroom counter because I take a tablespoon of it every night, and that's when we get down to the mouth. I'll talk about that, but it's a great moisturizer. You can rub it on. Well, we'll get to that. So, getting your hair trimmed. That's what Sarah's got to do this evening, is get her hair trimmed. She's got long hair like Nona used to have, and she's got to get her hair trimmed. It's getting those things done. There's some clarifying shampoos out there too that you can utilize. Neutrogena used to make a nice clarifying shampoo that would just strip the hair of all the buildup of everything, and then you can build it back. So just think about I sleep in a nightcap every night. I just put my hair up like I'm going to be putting it up in a beret, and I put my nightcap on, and then that way it's not twisting around my neck. And that's a great gift for little girls too. It's a great gift for little girls if they've got long hair. And I mean, Patty and I slept on a hide-a-bed most of our lives growing up, and we slept backwards on the hide-a-bed, and I would hang my hair off the end of the bed so that it didn't strangle me. So that's some things we can do with our hair. Okay, let's talk about eyebrows. Sometimes eyebrows need to be plucked, just trimmed up, and massaging your forehead. If you get a headache, sometimes you can massage your forehead, and put your thumb in the middle of your forehead, and that will stop any headache, just dead in its tracks. Let's see, what else can we do? Eyebrows. I learn how to clean the makeup off your eyes. Use these fingers right here, your ring fingers, because you don't want to pull on the skin. I used to sell Mary Kay Cosmetics, and I did a skin clinic one time, and this lady was scrubbing her face and just pulling skin every which way, and she had huge bags under her eyes, and I said to myself, that's why, because she's not tender with her skin. So taking our makeup off every day, guess what? This will take your makeup off too. It will do it. It's just wonderful. I even like to put some, if it's really dry, I'll put a little in my nose, just a little bit in my nose with a Kleenex, and it just feels wonderful, and it sinks in really well. And then we got our ears. And we can't see behind our ears, but our granny used to give us a bath when we were babies. I don't know why I remember this, But she'd look at our ears and she'd pull them backwards and she'd scrub them. And she says, they're just rusty. I guess Mama didn't bathe us like she thought she should, like Granny thought she should. And it was just funny now that I think about it. But she'd scrub our necks and our ears, and it was just quite fun for Granny to bathe us because she didn't have a lot of water, and she would put about this much water in the bottom of the tub, and we'd have to take a bath in that much water. And sometimes it'd be two of us in the tub at one time, so save on water. Moisturize your earlobes. Yeah, when you're putting on moisturizer, and this is my moisturizer. This is the only thing I would use as a moisturizer. Always moisturize right here and your chest right here. My friend Marianne, she said, you got to moisturize here too. And so taking care of your cheeks and your face and your teeth, brushing your teeth. You know, how often do you whiten your teeth? I've got these little portable toothbrushes that I use quite often that are whitening toothbrushes, but I've also got a whitening toothpaste that I can use, or you can use baking soda. But a lot of times there are ways that you can make pampering things out of stuff you have at home. Like, I'll put a spoonful of this in my bath water, but I have a rule. That's when your legs start getting itchy in the wintertime. I have a rule. I do not forget to leave the bottle in the bottom of the tub so that I remember it's going to be slick. Because I've got a bar to hold on to. But that tub is going to be slick. Now, we've had fly babies that used purple rags in the bottom of their tub because they said they were grippy. I guess it would be this side that's grippy. Put that down. And it would keep them from falling. But, you know, having purple rags in the tub, it's a great way to exfoliate your skin. Underarms. Every once in a while, we get a mission from Rebecca that says, you know, it's time to shave. It's time to shave. Shave those legs and pits. And there's a commercial on TV for Lumi. It's deodorant that goes everywhere. Just goes everywhere. And, you know, sometimes we sweat in places we don't even want to talk about. But I have some antifungal cream that I keep that I can use to moisturize those areas. And it's good for us. It's good for us to know what our bodies need. Now, at night, every night before I go to bed, I put on some chapstick for my lips. But also, as I'm using that chapstick, I put it on my cuticles right here. And I keep nail clippers. I have a nail clipper right here. But I keep a big one that's straight across for the tub. And I have a little jar that I keep those things in that doesn't hold water. I don't take showers, so the water doesn't go everywhere. And with a straight clipper, you're not going to get ingrown toenails. So that's taking care of yourself. So giving people the things that they need, like a wonderful manicure set. That's just a great pamper product that was going to last for years. I mean, years. What are some other things we can do for our hands? Many years ago, when I did sell Mary Kay Cosmetics, we learned about the soft hand treatment. I don't know what it's called, but you took a scrub that you would buy that has some salt in it or something, sugar, and you would scrub your hands with it with some soap. And then you would take lotion and put on it and put some gloves on. And your hands would feel wonderful. Now, I don't do that to my hands in the middle of winter because I want my hands to be, I don't want my skin to break down. Michelle used to suffer with fingertips that would crack because she was addicted to hand lotion. Satin hands, that's it. That's it. She was addicted to hand lotion. So I don't like greasiness on my hands too much. But that's our hands. We got elbows that need to be worked on. Guess what? Coconut oil works on elbows. I also keep where is it? I know I have one here somewhere. I keep a rubber scrubber in my bathtub for scrubbing knees and elbows. And I also keep one of these in my tub for scrubbing places. Let's see. Let's keep going. Keep going. I have a back scratcher. You ever get a spot on your back you can't reach? Having a back scratcher handy. They're bamboo. You can get 10 for like $5 on Amazon. I hadn't looked at them in a long time. One year I gave them for Christmas presents. But everybody needs a back scratcher. And to get those places you can't reach. And just think about working your way down your body. Now, my legs get itchy, and that's why I use coconut oil. This is everything you could possibly need. I use it as a mouthwash, and I swallow it, and it's good. And today, I heard something that said people who have thyroid issues are not eating enough fat. Imagine that. Not eating enough oils. So I'm trying to eat 2 to 4 tablespoons of this a day. And I buy it by a huge pail and fill up my jar. And it's all organic. So toes. Let's think about our toes. Some people don't really get manicures in the wintertime, but you see your feet. And you may want to keep some clear polish for you to paint your toes. And your toenails are much easier to clip, and you're more flexible sitting in a bathtub of hot water with some bubbles in it. And you can give your own self a manicure and rub the coconut oil on your legs. And satin hands is Avon, somebody said. I miss what the oil you take is called. It's virgin coconut oil. And I buy it by a pail that's about 25 pounds. Because we go through it. So what other things people put mayonnaise on their hair. They make a concoction with egg and mayonnaise, but mayonnaise has eggs in it. There's just lots of things. You can do sugar scrubs with olive oil. I know of people who only use olive oil for their skin. Olive oil is a beautiful thing. I've been listening to the Bible, and the first pressing of olive oil they used for oil in lamps, and the parable of the brides, where 5 of them had extra oil and 5 didn't. Being prepared, olive oil. I guess it's the original petroleum product. Now, I love Vic Salve. I absolutely adore Vic Salve. I love the way it smells. And sometimes I put some right here before I go to bed. I also like lavender oil. And if there's bugs around, I like peppermint oil because it keeps the bugs away. And Vaseline was always good too. It's a petroleum product. So I have avocado oil. It's just good to have these things around. You can turn these things into pampering missions. Now, while we're talking about pampering missions, we've got our feet, our ankles. Prop your feet up every once in a while. Get your feet propped up. Get the blood flow. Make it easier to get back to your heart. Taking a bubble bath. Oh my goodness. Taking a bubble bath. That is so. Last night I got in the tub and I ran the water too cool because you can't get into a hot tub of water. You have to sit in the tub and put more hot water in. So I had to fill the tub up about twice to get the temperature of the water because I get chilled easily in the bathtub. But, taking a bubble bath and just relaxing. Now, one of the best ways you can pamper yourself is about what you put in your body. I need to eat about 10 almonds every day to keep things flowing smoothly, if you know what I mean. All it takes is 10 almonds. And it gives me enough. And I eat a half an apple every day. Robert pampers me by cutting me up. We split an apple every day. And I like to take a bath with Epsom salt. And it's just so relaxing. And your skin is your skin will absorb things. And if you've ever had trouble going to sleep at night, just get some lavender oil and rub it on the bottoms of your feet. I put it in a little oil dispenser. Let me see if I have some over here. That's a spray bottle. I don't think it would work in a spray bottle, but let's see what this is. This is a roller bottle. You fill it up with oil and put the little roller thing in place, and you roll it on the bottoms of your feet. And it's a great way. If you've ever had trouble going to sleep, just do that. Or I fall off my chair. Just put some lavender oil on the bottom of your feet. And it's good. Now, one thing Justin's pediatrician told me many years ago, if your child's got a cough, rub Vicks salve on the bottom of their feet. Now, Mama used to put Vicks salve on our chest with a warm t-shirt on top of us. Patty uses castor oil on her face and hands, and she's got beautiful skin. So taking care of yourself. If you don't take care of you, who will? And that's what December is all about. God has made everything we need. God has made everything we need. I'm reading your comments now. Lumi smells like feet. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's awful. Vicks Vapor Rub on the bottom of feet and socks. Yeah, that works for coughs. So folks, y'all, we're going to pamper ourselves. And if you want to give a gift of love to a friend of yours or your mom or your sister, just take some little pieces of paper or print it out and cut it up and put it in, take a peanut butter jar or some kind of wide mouth jar and put 30 pamper missions in it. And just start at the top of the head and work your way down. And it's everything from putting something in your mouth to sitting down and reading a book. Y'all, you're going to love this month. And I want your testimonials. I want to see your testimonials for doing your pamper missions. Justin swears by Avon Skin So Soft. But you can use sugar for a scrub. You can use coffee grounds for a scrub. You can do lots of things. Napping is pampering, Sage. Sometimes I just take a cat nap like this. And I might do that. So y'all, take some time this month, just 15 minutes, to pamper yourself. And put together a pampering package for yourself. Robert loves to work crossword puzzles. He started working Monday's crossword puzzles by not looking at the down section of the crossword puzzles. He says it's pretty tough. But maybe you like find a number or find a word puzzles. Get you some of those. Make your stocking, your stocking a pampering stocking. Maybe you put yourself a new manicure set in there because you've had yours for years and they've gotten dull. You know, sitting down and petting your cat for a while. Pet your cat. Pet your dog. So work your brain. It's exercise for your brain by working the puzzles. I've never been one that liked crossword puzzles, but Robert and Robert's mother and sister all work crossword puzzles. Robert likes the Saturday and Sunday ones the best. And he'll do the Friday ones too. So puzzles are good. Reading your Bible. Memorizing a verse. Taking an hour for devotional. Read Psalms 91 over your family. Say the Lord's Prayer. So folks, please take pampering to heart. It's a gift for you. Put together your own pampering basket or bag. Maybe that you could take it with you if you had to go sit at the hospital with a family member or something. You could take a pampering bag with you and enjoy the time there and maybe even do a little pampering with your family member. But love on those puppies and kittens. Spend time with them. I mean, every night I bless Samantha. I put my hands on her and rub her and bless her little heart and ask God to bless her and ask Jesus to heal her. My mother-in-law was, she liked to whittle and do things with knives. She'd cut herself every once in a while. But I have a hound dog that she whittled. Loving on my chickens. Oh, that sounds fun, Heidi. That sounds fun. I know Walker Family Farm, they They did a video this from last night. They had to clip some chickens' wings because their death layer chickens were getting out. They had just gotten into a new area of the farm and they were flying out of the fence. So we have 5 in the sneak peek that went out yesterday. We have 5 pages of pampering missions that you can pick and choose from to build your pampering little basket. Wash a peanut butter jar, or take a wide mouth mason jar, and put together a pampering missions for a whole month for yourself. We love Farmer Jason too. They've had a death in the family. I don't know who it is yet, but he announced it on Tuesday that they would not be doing a live show, and they had a couple of videos in the can. And evidently the family member that passed was a pretty close member in Brooke's side of the family. So keep them in your prayers. Yeah, we love those critters. It wouldn't do for us to have any chickens though, because we got hawks. And we would really have to protect them. If you put the pampering stuff in a bag with handles on it, we've all got tote bags. Put it in a tote bag and you can take it with you. I'll be thinking of some more ways we pamper ourselves. But my favorite coconut oil is my go-to. Coconut oil is my go-to all the time. And it's not expensive, especially when you buy it in 25-pound buckets. Yeah, hawks are sneaky. But they got to live too. How'd y'all like the chat on the page? Did you like that? Chamomile tea for eyes. Y'all like it? Okay. This is the first time I saw that. There wasn't anybody in the chat yet, and I saw that notice. So I put it in there. I don't know how it works on a phone. Well, y'all have a good rest of the day. Robert and I are going to celebrate our 27th anniversary. The man spoils me rotten. He just spoils me rotten. Life is good, y'all. Y'all be good, kind, and sweet. I love you all so much. I'm so thankful for all of you being here all these years. Some of you have been here a long time. Marla, please do more what? Please do more marathons. It's encouraging. All the marathons I've done are in a playlist on YouTube. They're in a playlist. But I couldn't talk for 6 hours or 5 hours. That would not work. Carla's been here since 2000. We've been through a lot together, hadn't we? Well, y'all be good, kind, and sweet. Be good to yourself by enjoying the pamper missions and doing them, not just talking about them. Be kind to others by sharing some pamper missions with them. Maybe you give somebody a jar of coconut oil and say, this is the best pampering product you're ever going to have to buy, and give a list of ways to use it. This is what flying is all about. In person, she's quiet and very sweet. My sister's funny. Dina thinks I'm bossy. Yeah, I am in the chat with you, but I'm not there all the time. I got to get some things done too. Yeah, having things on the phone is really hard to see. Anyway, I got to go get the flight plan ready for 5 to go out at 5:30, and I got to get the other Fly Lady Express ready so that I don't have to feel like I'm behind. That's another thing you do, is to get things done ahead of time, not be stressed out. No, she doesn't butter me up. She just loves me. There's only 14 months difference in our ages. 14 months and 11 days. And we've been each other's best friend our whole lives. Our whole lives. And for the last 24 years, we've been doing Fly Lady together. I love you all so much. Well, let's be good to ourselves by doing something I tell you to do. Okay, folks. Have some fun this evening. Say a prayer for me and Robert. I'll probably have to drive home. He doesn't see as well at night as I do. And I hate driving his car. But it's just one of those things. Anyway, I love you all. I will see you later. Okay, I'll say a prayer. Dear Father in heaven, please bless my fly babies. Help them to find strength and peace while doing their routines to keep their homes and lives in order. Because when their house stays tidy, they have more time to spend with you, Lord. And that's a beautiful thing. Thank you as we kick off reading your word, 39 chapters every day. I'm excited about this, Lord. I will kick in tomorrow and start in Genesis, and we'll read 39 chapters. Thank you, Lord, for all that you do for us. Thank you for sending your son to die for us. Thank you for people who are on podcasts like Gary Walker today. He talked about becoming a Christian and accepting Jesus as your Savior. He took his platform and he took it to another level. So thank you, Lord, for giving us a platform and helping us to bring more people to you through your Son. All these things we pray for in your Son's holy name. Amen. And amen. And if you don't know Jesus as your Savior, now's the time, as Gary said this morning. Get it done. Ask Jesus. Repent of your sins and ask Jesus to be your Savior. That you believe He is the Son of God. I watched my little great niece get baptized this weekend, and it was just absolutely beautiful. She was excited. She was excited, but she's been in church her whole life. Some people have huge religious experiences, but those who were raised in church, they may not necessarily have these huge religious experiences. They just know what they've been taught, and they've been taught to accept Jesus. Okay, folks, I love you all. Pampering time took a while. Tomorrow we get started. You can start early. I don't want to leave you. God gets all the glory. Without Him, I wouldn't have this mission. All glory goes to God. I'll see you tomorrow morning. I'll tell you all about dinner. And I'll take pictures. Maybe somebody get a picture of me and Robert together. I'll see you later. Bye. Come on in, everybody. We're going to take it slow and steady. You got that?
All day I rush around, but I'm still on the ground, on the ground. I'll soon be fluttering if I can find my wings, find my wings. Impatiently, I want to fly today.
Don't we all?
But I hear a gentle voice inside me say that slow and steady steps will be my pace. Slow and steady steps will win this race.
Glad you're here.
It will take some time, but the victory will be mine. Slow and steady, I'm gonna learn to fly. I'm starting to believe I only race with me, only me. I can't
Come on in. I know a lot of people are out having family fun. It's okay. They'll catch it on the replay.
It's for myself. Since my best is all I have, it is enough. I can see a ray of hope. I've got to trust that slow and steady.
Okay. Come on in, everybody. I know there's not many people here, but that's okay because you're here. Let's just enjoy some time together. We got stories to tell and things to discuss about menu planning. But first, let's start out with chapter 31 in the Passion Translation of the of Psalms. How great is your goodness! For the pure and shining one, a song of poetic praise by King David. I trust you, Lord, to be my hiding place. Don't let me down. Don't let my enemies bring me to shame. Come and rescue me, for you are the only God who always does that what is right. You know, my granny always said, if you do what's right, God will take care of you. Rescue me. King David didn't say that. I said that. My granny wasn't a wise woman. Rescue me quickly when I cry out to you. At the sound of my prayer, may your ear be turned to me. Be my strong shelter and hiding place on high. Pull me into victory and breakthrough, for you are my high fortress where I'm kept safe. You are to me a stronghold of salvation. When you deliver me out of this peril, it will bring glory to your name. As you guide me forth, I'll be kept safe from the hidden snares of the enemy. The secret traps that lie before me for let me go back a second. As you guide me forth, I'll keep you safe from the hidden snares of the enemy. The secret traps that lie before me, for you have become my rock of strength. Into your hands I now entrust my spirit. O Lord, the God of faithfulness, you have rescued and redeemed me. I despise these deceptive illusions, all this pretense and nonsense, for I worship only you. In mercy, you have been my troubles and you have cared for me. Even during the crisis in my soul, I will be radiant with joy, filled with praise for your love and mercy. You have kept me from being conquered by my enemy. You broke open the way to bring me to freedom into a beautiful broad place. Oh Lord, help me again. Keep showing me such mercy, for I am in anguish, always in tears, and I am torn with weeping. I'm becoming old because of grief. My health is broken. I'm exhausted. My life is spent with sorrow, my years with sighing and sadness. Because of all of these troubles, I have no more strength. My inner being is so weak and frail. My enemies say, you are nothing. Even my friends and neighbors hold me in contempt. They dread seeing me. They look the other way when I pass by. I am totally forgotten, buried away like a dead man, discarded with a broken dish, discarded like a broken dish in the trash. I overheard their whisper threats and the slander of my enemies. I'm terrified as they plot and scheme to take my life. I can't see. I'm having trouble. Probably because I teared up a while ago. I'm desperate, Lord. I throw myself upon you, for you alone are my God. My life, my every moment, my destiny, it's all in your hands. So I know you will deliver me from those who persecute me relentlessly. Smile on me, your servant. Let your undying love and glorious grace save me from all this gloom. As I call upon you, let my shame and disgrace be replaced by your favor once again. But let shame and disgrace fall upon the wicked, those going to their own doom. drifting down in silence to the dust of death. At last their lying lips will be muted in their graves, for they are arrogant, filled with contempt and conceit as they speak against the godly. Lord, how wonderful are you! You have stored up so many good things for us, like a treasure chest heaped up with spilling over with blessings, all for those who honor and worship you. Everybody knows that you can do what you can do for those who turn and hide themselves in you. So hide all your beloved ones in the sheltered secret place before your face. Overshadow them with your glory presence. Keep them from the accusations and brutal insults of evil men. Tuck them safely away in the tabernacle where you dwell. The name of the Lord is blessed and lifted high, for his marvelous miracle of mercy protected me when I was overwhelmed by my enemies. I spoke hastily when I said, "The Lord has deserted me." For the truth, you did hear my prayer and you came to rescue me. Listen to me, all you godly ones. Love the Lord with passion. The Lord protects and preserves all those who are loyal to him, but he pays back in full all those who reject him in their pride. So cheer up, take courage, all you who love him. Wait for him to break through for you, all who trust in him. And that was the 31st chapter of Psalms. Now, I told you we were going to talk about some menu planning and preparation, being prepared. Many years ago, some of you probably aren't even old enough to remember the the problem when we went from 1999 to 2000. They called it the Y2K. They had, everybody was preparing for the computers not to work, and computers they were young items, and we got prepared. Well, I got prepared too. I went to a restaurant supply place over in Hendersonville, and I had a long list of things to buy, and I bought them. And then I came home and I made some bags to put them in, and I put most things in the freezer. I had a big chest type freezer that my friend gave me who moved here. I've mentioned her before. Her nickname was Mad Cow because her initials were MAD, and Robert nicknamed her Mad Cow when we would get an email from her. And she gave me this freezer when she moved to the mountains, and it was a good freezer. It was a big freezer. But I put everything in this freezer, and especially the beans. I got red beans and black beans and pinto beans and rice, and I bagged it all up and I put it all in the freezer. Not that you have to do that with dried stuff, but I wanted to kill off anything that was in there. Well, I didn't put the oats in there, and I got a case of oatmeal. I like oatmeal. If you're hungry, you'll eat oatmeal. I like oatmeal cookies. I like to make apple crisp that uses oatmeal. I mean, with dried apples and oatmeal and some brown sugar, you can do just about anything. And so I had this case of Quaker oats. I mean, it was like 12 canisters, the big ones, that I put on a shelf. They were still in the box. I mean, in the box they came in. They'd never been opened. But all of a sudden, I started noticing that there were these little bitty worms, I mean, larvae, climbing up my bathroom wall. And I'm trying to figure out what in the world, where did these things come from? And Robert called me one day. He said, "Come downstairs and look at this." And there was this nest of spider webs over the shelf that had the oats in it. come to find out, we had a whole ecosystem going. In the oats were some little bitty midges, little moths type things, and they would fly up and get caught in the spider webs, and the spiders would eat them. But the larvae could eat their way out of the little boxes and out of the box it was in, and they would climb up the wall into my bathroom. So it was funny. And this stuff comes in everything. I don't know why I didn't put the oats in the freezer too when I got them to kill off anything that was in there, because the freezer gets down to 0 and it's left in there at a certain length of time, it'll kill off anything that's in there. Well, I didn't do that. Needless to say, we had to throw all the oats out because they were all contaminated. If you've ever opened a box of oats and you've seen little webs inside, it's because of these little larvae that come in the oats. I guess we're getting a little bit of protein with them. Anyway, so that's what I was talking about this morning when I told you I was going to tell a story about the spiders. The spiders created their own ecosystem, and they were catching the critters. They were coming out of the oatmeal boxes. So be careful what you store. You need to put it into heavy-duty containers. I got a bunch of, at that time, I went to the hardware store and got some lard cans. There were like 5-gallon lard cans. Now, you can get 5-gallon buckets now. They're plastic. But I got 5-gallon lard cans, and I put a lot of stuff in those 5-gallon lard cans. This time, I have purchased flour, and I can make tortillas. I can make pasta. I can make biscuits. I can make rolls. I can make all kinds of things. And I'm ready. I'm ready for anything. I'm ready for being stuck at home for 3 weeks without electricity if we run out of generator power. I'm ready. And I've seen it happen in an ice storm where my grandmother was without electricity for 3 weeks. I was so blessed that my cousin could take her to his house, and he took care of her. He took care of her. Somebody says I look just like Kathy Bates. Thank you very much. But I'm not Kathy Bates. No, she can play me in my movie. Anyway, first time I ever heard that was Justin and I went to a movie called Misery, and I walked out the theater, and somebody said, "You look just like Kathy Bates." My hair's long, and it's driving me nuts. Anyway, so I wanted to talk about menu planning and being prepared and taking care of things. Yesterday, I watched The Patriot Nurse, and she went to the dollar store to get things. Robert's been gathering up all our little old first aid kits that we have around and getting rid of the things that are expired, and we're good to go. We are good to go. I even have some stuff that can, if you get cut real bad, you put it on the cut and and you pull it together. It makes sutures. So that would be the only problem we would have, is if we had a bad cut, stopping the bleeding. And Robert's outside chopping wood and doing stuff like that all the time. So we have a message, I think it's going out tomorrow, but it's all about some tips, some money-saving tips for menu planning. And when Justin was little, I went shopping every 2 weeks. I had to go 30 miles out of town to go to a big grocery store. And so one of my main rules was to always have a grocery list and to stick to it. If you just make a grocery list and then you go up and down the aisles buying the same old all the time, that's not good. Never go to the grocery store hungry. Do you hear me? Eat before you go grocery shopping. Eat before you go grocery shopping. It's going to change everything. Do not shop when you're in a hurry. You need to stick to your list and make changes if you need to, if they're out of stuff. But the main thing here is don't get in a hurry. Take your time. Sometimes you may need to go to the grocery store while everybody's gone to bed. Your husband's there at home with the kids. You run to the grocery store at night. It's not as many people there, and you can get a lot of stuff done. Fewer people in the store. And take your time putting away groceries. Always clean out your refrigerator before you go to the grocery store. That way you have a place to put your fresh veggies instead of just cramming them in willy-nilly. Let's see what else. Another thing I like to buy in bulk. You buy chicken pieces, but you don't cook all those chicken pieces at one time. Now, I've been subscribed to Moink Box, and they send me a box of meat every 3 weeks. And so I have a good supply of meat that has been vacuum sealed and will keep a while in your freezer. So I also have a vacuum sealer that I can seal up my own meats and things, and it works well. But a Ziploc bag will work too. All you got to do is just get the air out. You just got to get the air out as much. If you have to squeeze it out on a flat surface, it's great. You can do it. And there are YouTube videos on how to vacuum seal things with a sink full of water. I believe it. I've seen it. So look up YouTube. I like freezer paper too. You can buy a roll of freezer paper at the grocery store, and you can wrap things in freezer paper. And I love freezer bags, Ziploc bags. It's a brand name, not a type. And masking tape for the freezer. If you're going to use freezer paper, you've got to learn how to fold things in, wrap things over, and roll it around it to keep the freezer from getting to it. And you need a Sharpie for all of it. You need to have a Sharpie so that you can write what's in the package and a date on the package. So going to the grocery store with a purpose. Now, I've also taught you how to brown hamburger meat. Just take your hamburger meat, put it in the crock pot with a little water, and you can throw 2 or 3 onions in with it and stir it every 15 minutes. And in 3 hours, you've got cooked hamburger meat and onions that you can put 2 cups in a Ziploc bag and have pre-cooked hamburger meat for your meals. Now, some of the people I watch on YouTube, they can their hamburger meat. I'm not going to do that. I mean, I could if I had to. If I didn't have electricity to put it in the freezer, I might do that. But I'm good with. I've got a freezer, and it keeps food at a solid 0 degrees. Lisa's in the process of menu planning for my mom. Making her freezer meals is one of her Christmas gifts. How beautiful. You know what I gave for Christmas last year? I gave meat boxes. I gave people food for Christmas. Doesn't get any better than that. I gave my sister, I think it started out at Butcher Box, but I gave her a subscription. So there are some good clutter-free gifts out there. And use your calendar to plan these meals. Yeah, I got a video on how to cook the hamburger meat in the crock pot. I've done it. I do it all the time. Patty says I gave her toilet paper. Yep. She gets a supply of toilet paper every month, and she's stocked up. We're not hoarding. We're just staying prepared, and she's able to help her family too. If they can't find it, she's got it. So good clutter-free gifts are a powerful tool to get through this winter and all kinds of things like this. Anyway, folks, be prepared. Don't wait. Don't wait. We never know when we're going to get a storm, when we're going to get an ice storm. I mean, there was some snow this week in, I think, Wyoming and Montana. I've seen my first snow here on October 13th. But don't hoard and don't spend like a crazy person. Just a few extra things each week will get you a supply, and you can be prepared to feed your family. I have alternative ways of cooking. I have a grill that I can put in my fireplace, and I can cook on an open fire because I've done it lots of times. I have a wood stove in the basement that we just got installed that I can put a pot of beans on there and let it cook all day. I have a grill in Robert's treehouse that's on propane that I can cook in. Now, when our power is out, I do not have an electric stove. Our microwave can heat some things up, but my stove is not on our power, and I don't have gas for a stove. I do have an electric skillet in the basement that I could plug in to where we make our coffee, and I could cook in that electric skillet. I've made roast, I've made all kinds of things, cooked whole breakfasts in the skillet, and it works. I'm stocked up on laundry detergent, but our washer is not on our grid for our generator. I would have to plug it into a different place. I'd have to use an extension cord, and I got plenty of extension cords. I got enough extension cords to get all the way down my driveway to my well. So, folks, there's no sense in just sticking your head in the sand and not thinking anything's going to happen, because one day something will happen. It will. And you're going to want to be prepared. And being prepared gives you peace, like you wouldn't believe it gives you peace. So quit procrastinating and do what you can. I've used Moink and ButcherBox. I have had problems with ButcherBox. I'll be honest. I have had problems with them. And they upset me so bad that I canceled 3 subscriptions to them 2 months ago. Yeah, I did this thing. Somebody's asking a question about angeled eggs. She did her angeled eggs for the first time. All the yellows had a dark color around the outside. What did I do wrong? Well, it's nothing wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. Your oven may be just a tad bit hotter than my oven. And I don't put my eggs in there in a hot oven. I don't preheat my oven. So you may have preheated your oven. I just turned my oven on at whatever temperature I've said it is, and because I can't remember, I'd have to look up the recipe or the video of it. And you got to cool them off real quick. So I drop them in ice cold water to stop them from cooking. So they keep cooking once you get them out of the oven. You got it? So cool them off quick and you'll be fine. I've never tried Omaha, but Moink is a bunch of farmers got together and started their own business from farm to table. And I like that. I really like that. And they vacuum seal their meat, and it comes with dry ice, and it's a good deal. It's a good deal. And over the last year, I have gotten stocked up on food for my freezer. Anyway, y'all, take care of yourself. Be kind. I love the idea of making freezer meals for your mom. That's just wonderful. You can get a bunch of bento boxes. I thought I had one here handy. I don't know where it went to. The Roomba must have run off with it. But you can get these boxes. Maybe you can on Amazon, and you can make your own freezer meals. Or you can bag things up in Ziploc bags for them and put them all in one bag. And then she can heat everything up, put it on a plate, and be ready to go. So think about giving clutter-free gifts. Clutter-free gifts are the best. I love it. I absolutely love it. Justin and Kathy and Jack and we are all going together and getting a couple of locally produced steers for our freezer. And I think we're gonna get a freezer for the office and put everything. We got a generator at the office too. We're gonna put the meat in the freezer. So, folks, be prepared. Support your local farmers. They work hard. And if you have somebody that produces chickens around you and you get fresh eggs from them, save your egg cartons for them and tip them well, because fresh eggs are amazing. I mean, my neighbor gave us some a couple of weeks ago, and we absolutely loved them. They didn't last long. Anyway, folks, y'all be good, kind, and sweet. Good to yourself, kind to others, and let the joy that's in your heart show the world that you're a child of God. Tomorrow is Renew Your Spirit Day, so sit down and get into the Word and pray. In fact, that's what we should do right now. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Father in heaven, thank you so much for everything you do for us. Thank you for giving us a brain and common sense. Thank you for giving us strength to get through rainy times and stormy times. Thank you for giving us faith in you and faith in ourselves. Thank you for all of these things, Lord. Thank you for all the blessings that you give our family. Keep us strong. Thank you for the food in our pantries and the clothes in our closets. Let us bless others with our abundance and keep singing your praises, Lord. Thank you for sending your Son to die for our sins on the cross, so that we could one day spend an eternity with you in heaven. All these things we ask in your Son's holy name. Amen. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Don't forget about our sale. Save 31. This is 31%. Ends on Monday. Carpet sweepers, feather dusters, calendars, anything that's not already deeply discounted, you can save 31% on. Get it now while you can. Let's do it. I'll see you later. Bye.